Could be everything for Carl Jr. onto slalom. A minute between us and perhaps crowning a new world champion. Everyone through the first slalom successfully. Carl Jr. has a good line here into the final corner. One corner between you and glory. One corner between you and victory. Abby's trying to chase him down. Carl Jr. does just have a good line here. And on the line, it's the four-time champion. Carl Jr. takes it home.
The greatest of all time is great when it matters most. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our cast of the Trackmania World Championship 2022. I am here, but also I am joined by my favorite duo caster, Jnic. We're gonna bring you the finals. Hi, Jnic. Say hi to the crowd.
Hello. Hi. How's everybody doing?
And of course, for whatever reason, I do not have your camera working. That is unfortunate. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. We can figure this out. Oopsies. But guys, yeah.
Hello. Thank you for having me. It's gonna be a great day of some Trackmania action, dude.
It is. We are starting actually in just 3 minutes. I've always thought with esport events, I hate when there's a long like 2-hour pre-show. So we're gonna jump right into things in a second. We have the 16 best players in the world that are gonna duke it out, and they're starting very, very soon. So let me see if I can get Jnic on the screen for you guys before we get into things. Gonna do that here, and then yeah. Okay.
Did it work?
It did. Through the magic of the internet, we have a frame of Jnic coming up in 3, 2, 1. Like that. There we are, both of us in frame.
We're in frame.
We got it working. So guys, are you ready? Let's give you a little bit of an introduction to what's gonna happen. So I guess we can start with the format that they're playing this World Championship. It's a bit different from the last one, so let's quickly run through it. First of all, they're gonna be playing for 3 days, starting today with the group stage day 1. And then tomorrow it's group stage day 2, and then Sunday it's the playoffs, the semifinals, and the final. They need to play 8 matches here in the leading days and do well in them in order to advance. But how do they do that, Jnic? Well, let's take a look at the format sheet where it is explained. We play cup mode to 120 points, and you get 10 points for winning a round, 6 for second, 4 for third, and 3 for fourth. And then you get to 120 points. If you win a round then you win the match. And they will get 4, 3, 2, and 1 point individually for their standings in each match in the playoffs. Jnic, real quick before we get in, what is your expectations for this World Championship? A lot of talk is that it might be the greatest one that we are ever going to have. What do you think?
I think it's gonna be at least up there with the best esport Trackmania we have seen in a long time. Also due to the new maps that got introduced are really great, the new ones. And as I can see right now, like the players, they're still playing them. The new world records and stuff, they're like no more than an hour old. So like they're top notch, ready to be played right now.
They are. We've had a look at the leaderboards coming into this, and we've been following. And you know, it's hard to make too many judgments on who's the favorites based on leaderboards because people hide their records and such. But as it stands right now, going into the event, the player with the best average on the leaderboards is Papu with a 3.3 average, meaning across all maps, his average ranking is 3rd. And the player with the most world records tied with him is Massa. Massa and Papu both have 3 publicly listed world records. Some stats that we've been following on Twitter, can also pull them up for you guys. And it's hard to make too many judgments because last year, Carl Jr. had all the world records. He just didn't share that. So make of it what you will, but at least this is something I found interesting. Gonna pull it up for you guys. You can see it as well. Papu, then Binks, then Mossa, Miquatro, and Mime make out the top 5 average leaderboard ranks from public records.
Yes, and it is important to, like, as all of you guys know, and as Virtual just said, that the players, they might not share everything they do online, as there can be like a benefit and some strategy to hiding your lines for your opponent, so you can show up with a brand new strategy once the actual matches they start.
Yep, that is something that a lot of people do actually, because if they have a better line, why just give it away on the leaderboard? Keep it secret. And players that do that are Gwen, Uffy, Carl Jr., and Bren specifically. They have not really posted many times publicly, and just the last hour I've had a look at the leaderboards, and Bren's just, you know, putting in his records now, and they're all, you know, among the top 10 easily, just in warm-up runs. Another stat I found interesting is this one. 4 players play keyboard, 11 play controller, and we also have 1 person on steering wheel. What do you make of this, Jnic?
I think that's the first time, or it is the first time we've seen a steering wheel in the World Cup, and it's great. It's nice to see that the players are, you know, branching out in different sorts of devices to use, and I think it's an important thing to notice just for the average player that whatever playstyle you have, you are able, if you keep pushing yourself, to be able to play with the greats, right?
Yeah, you can use anything. You can use a mouse if you want. We have Bobsled, an upcoming talent. But the majority are controller, PS5, Xbox One, and whatnot. And then you have the keyboard players, and Binks in the field, who we know to be a laptop keyboard player, is now just a keyboard player, because he obviously has to bring it to the LAN event, so he's using a normal keyboard, and Grenadier on the steering wheel. Then we can, at the note of stats, have a look at one more, which is the age of the World Cup players. We have it right here, where it's about a 10-year difference between the youngest and the oldest players.
Yeah, but that's still nice to see. Like, and a lot of these esports, you see a lot of like very young people, and the majority of them are like below 22. But it's nice to see some people at the 26, 27 range here in the World Cup of Trackmania.
It really is, and I mean, the players that are at the top here of the age chart have also been playing basically their entire young adult life, you know, coming up on 10 plus years for a lot of them. Very experienced, and it's cool to see. I think just the general trend is that we have young talents coming in the last years, like Otak, Glenn, Grenadi, Offie, and so on, that are here to contest the throne of the older players.
Oh yeah, and they definitely have what it takes, right? Because the new Trackmania has so many new features like the ice and like the reactor booster and the plastic that didn't exist in the old Trackmanias. So just in terms of experience on those types of surfaces, the players are actually equal, even though some of them have 10 years or more in the old games.
They are, but you know, if you're gonna come after the greats here, you have a pretty tough ladder to climb. Look at this. This is the previous World Cup achievements of the players participating. You have what many would consider to be the greatest of all time, Carl Jr., with 4 World Cup wins, 2 second places, and 2 third places. Then you have Pac, who was the 2016 world champion. He has 2 second places as well. And then Kappa, the 2018 world champion, with a 3rd place last year. These are the 3 most accoladed players here at the top.
When I wrote down the notes for the different accomplishments of the players, a lot of the players have great accomplishments. I'm not taking away anything from anybody, but when I wrote down Carl Jr.'s, it was like quintuple Serrator Cup winner, quadruple World Cup winner, triple TMGL winner, and like the list goes on. It is very impressive, the list of accomplishments he's gotten over the years.
And it was so interesting because in an interview going into this tournament, he was asked, like, you know, are you really that hungry to win anymore? Like, what do you strive for after having won so much? And if we have a look at Carl Jr.'s profile here, what he really said was, you know, I've won enough at this point, but my goal is just to make it difficult for the others. That's what he wanted to do this time, and yeah, you can see here, he just, if he participates and tries his best, he usually beats out the competition.
And it's also something to say that a lot of people, they obviously wonder which camera angles the top players they play with. But Carl Jr., together with only 2 other players, Otak and Grenadi, opt to go for the Cam 3, which is the camera from the driver's perspective. The
internal camera. Yeah, it's crazy to me, playing the game a lot too, how you can be that precise with it. But it looks like the matches are about to start. Before that, though, I think while we're on the players' note, we can have a bit of a preview on all the players, tell you a bit about them, and then when we get into things, we will let you know. So the match that we will be watching the first round is Carl Jr., Aurel, Grenadi, and Mime. So let's perhaps start with those 4 players and talk a little bit about them. Going over to Aurel now. What do we know about him?
Yes. Well, Aurel, he has, as you showed, an average ranking of 11.4 on the maps, but we can't talk too much about that because I do think he has grinded quite a bit offline. But he's a French player, 24 years old, kind of in the middle of the pack there. He plays on his controller, his Xbox One controller, AimCam 1, and he has, his very recent achievement is his Serrator Cup win in 2021.
When it was a trio event, yeah, with Gwen and, memory serves me wrong to remember the third player. But yes, Aurel, a really consistent player is what I know him to be. He's not the fastest in the field. He will not have the strongest personal bests, but he's one of those players that rarely ever crash. And you should not underestimate him because last year, many people had him at the bottom of the tier list going into the tournament, and he ended up being one of the winning players out of the qualifying phases. So Aurel can really pack a punch. And now let's maybe turn our attention to Grenadi here for alternate attacks. He also is one of the only players that uses camera 3. And you can see what really sets him apart from the others is that he uses a Logitech steering wheel to play the game. And Jnic, this is a racing game. Why is it so incredible to use a steering wheel?
Okay, so in Trackmania, of course, you can use whatever device you want, but a steering wheel is very difficult in Trackmania because it's an arcade racing game, and there's a lot of left and right quick movements, and to do that on a steering wheel is more than just a little bit difficult, but Grenadier seemed to make it work, so very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's really that which sets it apart from other racing games. You don't want to be as smooth with the car. You kind of want to be very rough and quick to turn back and forth. So a steering wheel poses some problems with that. We'll perhaps get into the nitty-gritty details, but the matches are about to kick off, so let's quickly give a mention to our 4th player in this field, Mime, who is playing his first World Championship together with Grenadi. Only 19 years old, Mime, and has had a really quick rise to the top in the game in the last couple of years.
Yeah, with that TMGLC victory in his belt, as well as, you know, just the overall pace he's had recently in the on the big stage, it's incredible to see Mime rise so quickly. And I think the players are gonna jump into the match here in just a quick second.
We are actually going to start now with match 1, so let's get that up for you guys in game so you can see and follow the action. Just gonna make sure you guys have it ready. We are actually live with the first round of World Cup. To summarize the format, they will play until they reach 120 points. They score points every round based on their position. If you win a round, you get 10. Second place gives 6. Fourth gives 4 points. Third gives 4 points, and fourth gives 3. We are on forest climbing here, which is one of the brand new maps that you might not have seen. It was built specifically for this tournament. Features a lot of grass and quite the crazy ending to the map, Jnic.
Yes, and if you can see there in the background, we have some different monuments. As you can see, we are in London. And that's you can see the Big Ben in the background there as well. And you can see this crazy identity that the players are driving on right now. Kind of a reverse AO8, if you guys remember those types of maps. And the players are driving up this hill with the reactor boost, trying to avoid these bushes. It looks crazy just from watching it right now.
It really is a wild track to drive. Nothing you would imagine could be a World Cup track a couple of years ago. But the players have just gotten so good that the developers have figured, let's add more challenging obstacles to really put these players' skill level to the test. And we see that right now, that it's hard to get through this without crashing while trying to drive at peak pace.
Yes, but here we have Carl Jr. winning the first map, as you guys you know, might expect Carl Jr. to do well. He does show up here in the first round, but currently Mime is in the lead, trying to take away from the position. Grenadi with a mistake, driving into the obstacles right here, but Mime and Carl Jr. seem to make it. Aurel and Grenadi in the back, though. But Mime maintains that lead for now over Carl Jr. Do you think he's going to keep it here?
He might be able to. He is one of the fastest players on the leaderboard of this track, but it all comes down to the ending. This is where we finally get to see how the players handle this. Carl Jr. looks to have a crazy approach, overtaking, going wide outside the tree, and that's something that Mime, I don't think he has, but Carl Jr. will win that round with a 1:00.56. And let me tell you, going into the tournament, the world record on this track is a 53 by Papu, so only 300s away there. And I think Carl Jr. this World Cup, just like the last one, has some very good personal bests hidden from the public. He almost just broke it, the public record.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because these players, they've practiced these maps offline, and 2 out of the 3 top 3 times on the map was driven a couple of hours ago. So, you know, just a couple of hours ago, the players were warming up on these maps, and that's where they, you know, use their own lines that they haven't shown before. So actually, a lot of the top times, they're going to be broken tonight on these new maps, I think. Just because the players, they're showing off the skill that they've been hiding for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and it's all, you know, here's where you got to use those small optimizations that you found against your opponents. We see Mime having some great lines on the grass map in the start, and Mime really is one of the best grass players in the world. Whenever there's a grass map or plastic or dirt in Cup of the Day, he does really well traditionally. Grenadi had a mistake there, and now once again, let's see the difference in lines here. So Mime wants to go to the right of this one tree, whereas Carl goes to the left. You can see Carl climbing up quicker, but Mime having a little bit more speed to inch out that win just by 400ths.
And those are the small little things that the players over the last couple of weeks, they've been trying to figure out, what line am I most comfortable with? What line can I get maybe the most exit speed out of? And they've really been tinkering with these maps, and it's going to be exciting to see just what the players have found out.
Yeah, precisely. So let's now maybe pay a bit closer attention to how Mime was able to get that lead out of the start here, just for a very inside approach on both the first grass turns, whereas some others set up wider for the speed here, especially in the uphill. But you can see that Mime with that inside approach in every corner seems to get a small head start. This time it is going to be about a 10th down to all of his opponents as they now cross into the ending section of the map. A couple of more grass turns, and then of course the forest climb. All 4 players in the mix here, and we see Grenadi up there now, only 7 points so far. Maybe he can get some good points at the last round here for his climb.
Yeah, going up the identity, Mime does maintain the lead. Grenadi unfortunately falling out. Carl Jr. is the only one who can contest here Mime, but Mime is so far ahead, and he does smooth sail it into the finish line with a 1:00.4. That is so fast.
That is world record number 1 broken today. Yeah, that is a clean world record for Mime. And after the first map, Carl Jr. 32, Mime 29, Aurel 18, and Grenadi 10.
Yes, that is the pace we're expecting tonight. With the world records left and right, I mean, already we're in for a great showing.
We are absolutely, and we're heading to another new map here, Jnic. This is Red Landing. Let's have a quick look at the preview. And what can you tell us about this one?
Well, Red Landing features quite a lot of the sausage blocks, which can be tricky to drive on. You can accidentally get a little bit more airtime than you need. You can accidentally make some mistakes sliding out. It also features some ice, which is one of the new surfaces introduced in Trackmania 2020. And of course, it introduces a very difficult ending section, the identity of the map, where you have to jump through some checkpoints and land on the next part of the map. Do that twice before you head into the finish. And we're going to see the players maybe struggle a little bit with that, because it is very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think my favorite element about this is the bobsleigh. I love seeing bobsleigh in competitive. It's one of my favorite styles, and when you see the world's best players do it, it looks so effortless, but everyone knows who's tried that bobsleigh is very hard to control. Here in the start, we see Carl Jr. actually falling down about 0.4. Missed one of the slides early on. It's Mime leading us. We now head into this plastic section. Very tight right turn there that you got to time the approach for. And then followed by a big drop down and now two very important bobsleigh turns. Bobsleigh is a style where if you get a little bit more entry speed, you just snowball it so much. You can see the gap here increasing actually down to Carl now 0.6. And then these very important jumps you talked about. Important to land on your back wheels. On the booster, Mime flying off. Grenadi holding that lead, but will he jump too far? Is it going to be a comeback opportunity for Carl, who stays in the lead for now?
Wow.
And Carl will take it. 109.52 there. Start us off.
Yeah, 109.52 if you guys are interested. The world record was actually driven by Grenadi earlier today with a 109.1, but we're inching closer, and you can see there in the ending how important it is to not get that much airtime. So the players, they're going to do some very, very precise releases before the jump, because in Trackmania, there is a mechanic that if you release in the air, you actually slow down quite a lot. So the players, they're going to attempt to see if they can release or brake before the jump and then time that perfectly to have a full acceleration throughout the air.
Yeah, they really have to time that. And if you release too much, too early, you cannot come back from it. So it's kind of like Tiny Gap, which is another map in the map pack, where that one jump can be very decisive. And here we have two of them. Carl again a bit behind the start. Aurel crashing out. And it looks like the two players with the red name tags, Grenadi and Mime here, battling for first.
Yeah, Carl Jr. is in the back, 0.5, but he once again has shown that he can come back, because it looked like he was pretty consistent with the jumps. So let's see if Mime and Grenadi here in the top two can maintain the jumps here. Going into the first one, looks good. Grenadi going really low here, but he did make it. Mime maintains the lead, but he slides out. And is Carl Jr. going to pressure Grenadi? Grenadi goes for such a high line, and Carl Jr. takes it, snipes the very ending with a 109.8.
It really looks like, if people say Carl Jr. plot armor, but it looks like he's just more consistent. He's behind, but he just doesn't fail the jumps when it matters. So he'll take another 10 points and massive lead in the match.
Yeah, massive lead. And you could see there in the ending that Grenadi went for a very high jump. He did not release enough, and therefore he had to release in the air, slowly falling down to the next platform, where Carl Jr. was able to basically jump directly over to it with a much lower line, and that's what made him be able to snipe there at the very ending.
Ooh. And here, Carl has made a big mistake. He will now get to 10 points this time. You have to imagine. So now a big opportunity for the others, and especially, I think, important for Grenadi to get some points out of this round after a bit of a poor start on Forest Climb. Only Mime ahead of him, but he's been shaky on the identity. So there is some opportunities here, but very difficult pace to follow being set by Mime right now. Having done 3 clean rounds in the start, but that last set of jumps has been problematic. Here we go once more.
That's the thing here with the ending is so crucial for the map to work, and Mime does seem to get the first line there. Is he going to get the next one? Grenadi right behind him. Grenadi jumps a little higher, and Mime maintains the lead. Aurel almost overtaking Grenadi, but Mime with a clip. Mime clipped the corner there, and Grenadi snipes at the very ending. Mime was on really good pace, though.
He was. If he didn't clip there, it might have been world record, but Grenadi just had 200 more exit speed or something like that. So, important 10 points for Grenadi to level the match. Now they're a bit closer than before.
Yes, and most importantly, the players, they're getting closer and closer to Carl, because what you don't want to see as Carl's opponent is him just flying off in the points. But it does look like the players are definitely keeping up, and it's good to see that the level of these players are very, very close to each other.
Yeah, I mean, they've all come in prepared for this tournament. They know that this is perhaps going to be the most challenging World Cup to date, with the level
Carl Jr.
being where it's at. Carl with a mistake will have 2 rounds back-to-back now that weren't optimal, but can also afford it after starting out so great. Grenadi closer to Mime before the jumps now than in every round prior, and Aurel even has a really good shot at this for the last jumps.
Yeah, Mime and Grenadi once again in the lead. Aurel, unfortunately, clipping the circle before. Grenadi jumping very wide and also makes a mistake. And Mime is now all alone in the lead. Can he close it out without doing a mistake? I think he can. Mime is going to take first place. A lot of mistakes coming up here for the second to third. And Aurel actually back to second.
What a time there for Mime. He almost breaks the record on the map.
Oh, yeah.
He almost got two world records in the first 2 maps. But 51 points will do. If you guys don't know, the way the format works, no matter which position you get here, you will score points. If you win the match, you get 4. If you get second, you get 3 points. Third, you get 2. And fourth, you get 1 point. So important to score as many as possible either way. And we are on the 3rd new map. We're going to have all the new maps, you think?
It looks like it, and it's a great introduction, honestly. Getting the new maps in, getting to see the players and their approaches on the new maps. I think it's a great way to start the day, honestly.
It is. You can see Bobsag here, the preview. This one has a wild identity. You have to do slalom in between pillars on bobsleigh. A very important ice slide in the middle, but here you can see that last section where you just go in between zigzag, get all the boosters you can, and go up into the finish. They are live in the first round.
Just a short bit of extra little trivia for the people that are interested. The map here is located, or is supposed to be located, in Toronto, Canada. So if you guys can see maybe any landmarks or buildings in the background, do shout it out in chat.
Yeah, they have put the scenery of all the maps in a certain city. So the Toronto Tower perhaps being one of the famous landmarks. But here we can see a really close race between the 4 players. There is this one ice slide right here, where some players will go all the way to the left and some will set up on the right side. So it's the inside versus outside line principle. Outside line usually having more speed. Very close though. Carl Jr. and Mime side by side as they go into the identity. Grenadi entering with a lot of speed. Now it's about car control. Mime and Carl battling for it. Mime with a clean lead to take the 10 points. 101-24. About 3 tenths behind the world record set by Massa. A 1:90.
Yes. And it is... I mean, I know it didn't look that bad when the players drove it, but I drove this map earlier today, and I can tell you that last bobsleigh section is deceivingly difficult. That is not easy to get around that wall and then drive up to the finish.
Yeah, it is very precise, and one small mistake on bobsleigh, it's just so hard to recover. If you do, you lose a second. But they're aiming for a set pattern there of the car just wobbling from wall to wall, dodging all the obstacles, trying to do what they've practiced. Here, Carl gets off an early lead, whereas Mime, who won the last round, now in last. Maybe he can catch up on the ice. He's one of the players that go for a very inside line, so you might be able to see it here, where Aurel will set up super wide, whereas Mime just jumps in towards the left side and tries to stay low throughout the ice slide. Also very important to carry the gear on the exit.
Yeah, it did look like Mime just lost the gear there in the ending as well, because he did not enter it with a straight. Grenadi with a huge mistake, and he's gonna be last here if everybody else gets it, and they do. Carl Jr. with a 101.2, very respectable time. It is a map that suits Carl Jr. as well, with a lot of you know, technical aspects of the map.
Yeah, this one, and especially if we're gonna see the 4th new map, New School, later, that is by all means a technical map, and it's the style they used to play in all the World Cups up until last year, where it was only drifting was the name of the game. Now we have grass, ice, dirt, we have everything that Trackmania has to offer on these tracks, and that's why you see them go through different biomes almost in every race.
But it's nice to see that the players, they have adapted well to playing this mixed map style instead of just doing the technical maps here. Mime in the lead, showing us the pace that he's been hiding. 0.2 ahead of the rest of the field. Aurel and Carl Jr. trying to pressure here, getting a little bit closer. Mime now going again with the inside line. Aurel going outside. Let's see who gets the best exit. It does look like Aurel is going to have a lot of speed, but Mime did not really seem to lose any right here, and he's going to maintain that first position going into the identity here in the ending. Mime going really far left. Yeah, and Mime with a mistake. Carl overtaking. You can tell almost like while their entrance in the bobsleigh, you can almost tell that looks risky. Like they're going to sway back and forth in that bobsleigh.
It's just a mistake incoming in the next 5 seconds if you're a little bit off the approach. Carl wins another 10, puts himself at 81 points. He has to reach 120 to get to finalist mode. That's what they're playing for, the point limit. So still a bit of ways to go for him, but great start for the reigning world champion Carl Jr., who won last year, looking for the 5th title right now. He has 4 world championships already. The 5th one could be on the card for Carl if he keeps playing like this.
Oh, absolutely. And that statement that he said in the interview, well, he just doesn't want to make it easy for anybody else. He is not making it easy for anybody right now with that 81-point lead, almost twice as much as Grenadi. Let's see if he can push himself back up into the points. He is currently on 3rd, but might be overtaken by Aurel's wider line. It does look like he maintains it. Will Mime and Carl Jr. get this last bobsleigh? It does look like they set up well. Ooh. Both of them very, very similar lines.
Mime risking.
And Mime getting a little bit too wide. Ugh.
Yeah, that hurts. Carl with another one, just consistent as ever. Mime looks like
101.1.
Yeah, Mime looks like he's pushing a lot to get those times, whereas Carl looks so controlled, cruising in at that pace every time without really failing. So Carl now, they were equal when they started this map at 61 points, but Carl will be at 91, 20 points ahead of Mime after we played Bobsag. So let's see if the prophecy is true. We will have New School as the 4th map. And very interestingly, this one is based on a World Cup map from 2012.
Yes. I did look at the side-by-side reference between this and the old World Cup map, and they're stunningly similar. Of course, the old game did not have all these different surfaces with ice and grass and stuff, but it does hold very, very true to the old style. A very, very technical map coming in here. Lacks a little bit of an identity compared to the other maps, but that does not take away from the map's prestige and how difficult it is to execute these very technical turns.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take you through it. The layout is the exact same as the 2012 map, but they've changed up the surface. So right here we have some grass, and now this entry into the dirt can be very important to dodge as many bumps as possible while setting up for this high outside line, carrying that downhill for speed. Now here you want to go pretty wide and set up for a no slide. We see Grenadi doing that. This should propel him up close to 1st with that exit speed. We'll just be trailing a little behind Mime and Carl. Important left drift here through the corner between the pillars. And now another technical turn. So this is what we were talking about, a very technical track. And it ends with a long ice slide into the finish that you really have to get a correct setup for to not lose a lot of time.
Oh, absolutely. This right here, they're going into it right now. Also, ice sliding between pillars without losing speed. Oh, the top 3 players doing it so beautifully here on the start. Mime and Carl Jr. neck and neck, but Carl Jr. did manage to snipe there at the very ending. 200s ahead, or sorry, 2,000s ahead, oh, 25,000s ahead of Mime. That is very, very tight gameplay. And Carl Jr. now the first person to get ahead with 100 points.
Carl there, it looked like they were just one car, him and Mime, but Carl inches out the win and will now put himself just 19 points away from finalist, trying to close this out early. By the looks of it, Grenadi into the wall, a full face plant there. That will be him in last for now. As the other players battle on. Carl also with a mistake there, hitting the outside wall. So good opportunity for Aurel to come back a little bit in the match, maybe put a bigger gap between him and Grenadi for that 3rd and 4th battle. Can also maybe do something here to challenge Mime, but it looks like Mime is just extending every checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this map. It is very technical, but it's also pretty consistent. Once you feel safe and once you feel like you got a good lead, the technical turns are very hard to gain time on if you're trying to pressure the person ahead of you if they're not making mistakes. Like, it is incredibly difficult to push out that extra 100s, 200s in this map because it is, you know, just such a technical map.
Yeah, and Mime, he beats the previous best time in the match from Carl. That's a 105.37 now. That is just 1500ths away from the public world record, a 105.22. And I mean, just looking at this, like he beat the world record on map 1. He got so close to one on map 2. Like, how many world records do you think are being broken across all the matches right now? It has to be a lot.
Oh, yeah. And we can't really update everything on that. But I am sure that the other players and the other matches, they're currently also driving some banging times in there. But we are in match 1 with these players, and these players are giving us, you know, a show for the money here.
Really, absolutely a great start to the World Championship this far. We will have 7 more similar matches like this in the next days, and then the playoffs. So they have a lot of opportunities if things don't go their way in the first one. Bit of a rough start currently for Granati, but he is in the mix for 10 points in this round right here. Just a little behind Aurel and Carl, but finds a better drift there. And now into the ice. Maybe he can make something happen here. He usually switches to keyboard instead of using a steering wheel so that he can do more direct inputs, but Carl will be unstoppable in first there. Gets a nice second place though. And Carl now just needs a first or a second to get to finalist.
That's one of the things we talked about with driving on a steering wheel, is that the very harsh input you have to do left to right on surfaces like ice, they're very difficult to do on a steering wheel. So the fact that Granati is able to switch between steering wheel and keyboard just like that in the middle of the map, that just goes to show the amount of effort he has put into the craft.
Yeah, really. It's so interesting how he plays, where often it will be accelerating and braking with a button on his wheel, but then he can use his other hand to quickly switch over to the keyboard if necessary. Making it work there, and here also a wider line. This is one of the advantages of steering wheel, is that it can be so smooth and prevent the car from sliding, but as we say that, he slides into the wall and makes it a 3-player battle for first. Carl here could get first place just to deny the others some points and put himself at finalist in the same move. But Aurel and Mime are unrelenting. They're very close here before the ice slide. Let's see who does it best. Mime, maybe considered the best ice player in the field, but Carl is so well routined in situations like this to try to clutch it out. Who has the best last ice slide? Aurel looks to be first by 1/100th of a second. He takes the first place away from Carl, but Carl will still reach 120 points and finalist mode.
Yeah, that was surprisingly close to world record, only like 0.1 or 0.2 away. That is second world, sorry. So that's very well played there. The players are definitely showing us some very good pace at the very start. I can't even imagine how this is going to look during the final days, or the final day, for that matter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be amazing, and I think we have a great 5th map here, Heart, one of the most pace-based maps in the map pack. There's not a lot of tricky obstacle parts here. It's just raw, drive-fast gaming.
Oh, absolutely. There is things to be said about the identity that is, even though we say it's not that tricky, it is one of the easier identities, but that does not mean it's easy. It means it's more consistent than the others. Virtual and most of you guys would struggle with this map. It is still a very difficult map here.
It certainly is. You can see the red F there for finalist on Carl Jr.'s name on the rankings. That means he only needs to win one final round here to secure his spot. If he wins, then he takes first in the match and receives 4 points for the overall standings. So that is what he's looking for.
And as we've said, this map is very pace-based, which is great for Carl Jr., one of the highest paced players in all of the field here and all of the maps as well, and he does show it right now, being almost 0.1 ahead of the rest of the field, which is kind of a lot on such a consistent map right here. Will he be able to hold it down for the rest of the map? Not getting any airtime there, going into the water section, smoothly driving, almost hitting the inside line into the identity. Grenadi, the only one who can fight him, but Carl Jr. makes a little mistake there and unfortunately has to respawn, and Grenadi now in the lead.
Yeah, but that was a scary fast pace from Carl. This is a 103.6, a time we would see usually winning matches in the TMGL playoffs and in the regular season. But Carl was 2/10 ahead of that. He was driving 0.4, which would put you into the top 5 leaderboard consistently. So they're going to struggle to deny him from winning this match, I think, if he keeps driving like that.
Oh, absolutely. But, you know, now the other players have seen his pace. Maybe they're gonna, you know, pull out a little bit more risky lines. As I say that, he is already a car length ahead of the rest of the field. But he definitely shows us the pace that we know Carl Jr. for. But Mime is pushing, and Mime pushes in that dirt section. Mime, a very, very well-known dirt player. One of the best ones, and he does show it to us right here. Overtaking Carl Jr. wants to set up wide to get a lot of exit speed here in the uphill. Carl Jr. trying to push it, but they're going to be neck and neck, so close to each other. Let's see who takes it home here in the second half.
Yeah, Mime, it's so interesting to see how well he's doing. There was a lot of questions, Carl into the wall, so he will not be winning here, it looks like. There was a lot of questions about Mime and how he would do as a young player in his first proper World Championship. Same for Grenadi. Now they're top 2 in this first match. Will Grenadi hold on? That's great speed onto the last plank. Mime jumping early, but he will not get closer. Grenadi takes that one. 103.4, as we talked about. That is the bar. And Grenadi will race it. 10 points for him to put him much closer in the overall standings now.
Absolutely, and as I just said, the other players, they're of course going to risk, but I think Carl Jr. is also going to risk as much as possible, because for him now, it's either get first place or it doesn't matter, right? He's not going to get any more points. It's either first place or bust. So Carl Jr. is, you know, pulling on all flags to get ahead as quickly as possible and maintain that incredible pace, just because it does not matter if he gets second, third, or fourth if he doesn't get first.
Right, he just needs to win once and then it's done. And that usually takes a couple of tries to achieve against a stacked field like this, but he's pulling ahead right now. Grenadi the closest opponent. Mime and Aral 0.2 behind. This dirt downhill can be very important if your wheels keep traction as you're going down. Looks like Carl had the best of all 4 players, so he's going to be well ahead with only the identity to go. Is this going to be Carl Jr. winning the opening match of the World Cup as the defending champion? One more jump to go here, and then he's in the clear. Carl Jr. will take first and 4 points already just after a couple of rounds here.
Well played by Carl Jr., showing us why a lot of people considering him the GOAT. Quadruple world champion, going for the quintuple. Very well played there by Carl.
But there's a very close battle now for second. You know, Mime was 20 points ahead of the others. Now it's only 12 and 14 points between them. So here we see, I think, a very close battle for first. If they take a couple of tries to close out their finalists, then we're going to have them all be, you know, with the red badge.
Oh, and that is so incredible.
Grenadi has a small advantage here out of the start. He's able to just do cleaner lines in the opening, but this downhill is where a lot of rounds on hard are decided because of the exit speed. You can see Mime and Aral both got it better than Grenadi, and they're going to level it because this speed advantage will carry all the way to this turn right here in the slalom. And now they are equal. Then we have the downhill to grip. Looks like Aral had it the best of the 3. Wide setup for the water turn. Push the corner and go on the inside all the way on the dirt turn here. Aral looks to be the one to take this. He has a 10th of a lead against Grenadi, but Grenadi will carry a bit more speed onto the plank, and Aral is losing the grips of this. Grenadi will be in first, Mime coming through, and it actually is a full flip as Grenadi takes another 10 here. This is really a good map for him.
Yeah, this is important for Grenadi. He was a little bit behind before, but now he pushes himself back up. And he's actually now on second place, 10 points behind Mime. And it is not that far out, as you said, to see a triple finalist situation happening here. It's always so exciting when there's more than one finalist, you know?
It really is, and we will be back on Forest Climb, which is one of Mime's best maps So this will be interesting. The maps have, of course, been chosen by the players. And then there will be one map randomly added as the 5th one. So we are back on forest climbing. Not quite sure which player chose it. But either way, Mime drove a world record here earlier of 1 minute and 40 hundredths. So if he can do that again, he's going to be hard to follow.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to be hard to follow almost no matter what. If you guys don't remember, this is the map that had the forest stairs where they had to avoid all of the scenery. And that ending is where Mime really excelled last time. But as I say that, he's already in first, trying to take home that finalist position right now. Aurel and Grenadi falling a little bit behind, 0.1, 0.2 behind, as Mime tries to extend his lead, but nothing is over yet. Going into the magnet block,
I mean,
who gets the most
exit speed. Look at the start from Mime. He's 3 times ahead already. He's so good on grass and just understanding the lines that give him the most speed and time advantage. This is so hard to follow. Mime on grass and dirt tracks, nearly unstoppable, and you see that right now. Half a second, seemingly that he gained out of thin air, and he still has the stairs to go. Let's see if he can survive them here. Grenadi will be there to deny if Mime makes the smallest mistake, and that is not easy to avoid on this staircase, but Mime will make it to the top unscathed and take 10 points to get into finalist.
Yes, and Mime already driving at 100.6. That is already fast. Going into finalist and gonna scare the other players. If he can do that one more time, Mime is gonna be the next one to be the to finish here, and it does look like he's gonna be able to take it home. There's so many intricacies that you don't see that's kind of behind the scenes when Mime drives these maps. But trust me when I say that it is not easy driving that fast on grass.
You can see he just did a small air brake there to gain, 2-300ths of speed, and then there's a wiggle to gain, 2-300ths, and he does all of these tricks in a row, and while the others are trying to do them as well, he's just a little bit cleaner with it consistently, and that's why he gets those leads. But here, Grenadi is able to keep up. He is with a small advantage before we get into the ending. Great inside line by Mime there. Really driving with the wheels halfway over the edge. Will have a chance to close out his finalist attempt here. The first one, but he clips and falls off the track. Aurel inherits the lead up the last 3 steps of the staircase now. Grenadi a little bit too far behind to make anything happen. Aurel will take a 10-pointer. And if they can deny one more round here, we will have double finalists.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, just talking a little bit about all the intricacies about the grass. Not going to explain too much, but there are so many different tactics with no sliding, speed sliding, gears, not to mention like everything else that goes in between just driving the map well. These players have such a fundamental understanding of how these maps work that take thousands of hours to get down.
Yeah, and they make it look effortless. That is what is so cool about it. They just make it look so easy to move the car back and forth. But it's all so much thought that goes into it. Mime there had a small airtime and a crash. So this is important because now Mime will not close out his attempt, and whoever wins of Aurel and Grenadi gets into finalist and could have a shot at getting second place on the match. Grenadi will get a bit ahead before this downhill, but has to take a lot of airtime, and Aurel will carry more speed to bring him closer. This could go either way.
Yeah, this is down to the identity here. And Aurel trying to push in on Grenadi, actually overtaken right here. Grenadi right behind him, though. Is he going to be able to take back that lead here in the final uphill? It does not look like he's quite there. And I think Aurel is going to be the one who goes into the finalist position together with Mime.
Yeah, Aurel will get the red badge. Grenadi only 2 points out from getting there himself. That's how close this match is right now. So Grenadi, if he wants to get second, needs to win 2 rounds in a row. If Mime or Aurel win right now, they get that second place. Very important round coming up, where all the details will matter. All players getting the correct gear in the start. Now, just gently trying to maneuver the car on grass. The less you steer, the better. The more you just let the track carry the car. It's how you gain speed on grass. They're all side by side after the first section. So we now go onto the magnet wall. This right here, important to avoid the car from sliding while climbing the wall. Grenadi had that so well to get himself into first place. Will be about 2 tenths ahead of the others, with a little bit more driving before the identity to go.
Yeah, Grenady did really get a lot of speed, setting him up for an outside line there before the water. Looked a little bit scary, but jumping into the identity here, will Grenady be able to maintain that lead? It will be so important for him, and he could put himself in a triple finalist situation. Seems to handle it quite well. Mime really trying to push it, but Grenady maintains the lead, and is he going to be able to take it all the way home? He definitely is, and we're looking at a triple finalist situation.
That is so clutch from Grenady. He started out having such troubles on this map, only getting 10 points after 4 rounds. Now we got 10 points in the most important round yet. We have triple finalist. Whoever wins this round gets 2nd place, and we're going to a new map, to map number 2, which, if memory serves me right, was Red Landing.
Yes, the sausage map. Now, I don't remember who did the best here last time, but this is such a difficult map. This was one of the maps I had the most difficult time with. Also due to the ending. We saw Mime here get really, really good paces before the ending jump. So if he can maintain those paces and then also get the ending jump, I think Mime has a really good chance to take it home right here. But all of the 3 players did really well last time, if I remember correctly.
They did. And let's remember who has the world record here. It is Grenady. They're going live. Let's catch all the action. Grenady usually more consistent on those end jumps than Mime. And Aurel, he had some bright moments here too. This could go either way. So we now watch the very first turns. Important here to carry full grip on that turn. A Neo slide to get you around that corner will be more consistent. Now into the first wet plastic part. Don't want to slide out. Don't want to have anything go wrong here in the opening. But Mime, time and time again, just has these really good starts on this map.
Yeah, Mime really showing us that 0.2 of a lead actually does not look like that much, but it's such an incredible amount here. Going into the plastic section before the bobsleigh. The bobsleigh, as you've said, is a place where you can actually gain quite a lot of time. But Grenady respawn, and Mime now in the lead, only fine with Aurel. Half a second ahead. Is he going to be able to maintain that? One more slide before we go into the identity. Will Mime be able to get those landings? Looking at Mime here, it does look good for the first one. He makes it. Will he get the second one? Aurel has failed, and Mime only has to make it into the finish. It does look like he's going to be able to get it, and Mime will be our 2nd finisher of the evening.
With an incredible time, let's say, because that is better than the public world record on the map when we started the day, 1:09.08. So a clean way to end it for Mime there and take a well-deserved 2nd place. Now the last round to decide who gets 3rd and 4th here. So 1 versus 1. And one small mistake like the one Grenady made, just touching the water a bit, could be enough to put you out of the running. So everything needs to be clean here now.
Absolutely, and the difference between getting 3rd and 4th on these rounds and matches are actually pretty important. So the players are not slowing down by 1 bit, because they also want to get that 3rd place if they couldn't get 2nd. And right now, Grenady seems to be wanting it the most, having the lead, but Aurel really pushing and getting a little bit more exit speed, it looks like, and he's going to be really, really close here to Grenady. Both the players fighting neck and neck right before we go into the bobsleigh.
Aurel had a bit of an awkward setup for that water turn, though. And you can see Grenady taking advantage of that and pushing himself 0.6 ahead now. Aurel needs some miraculous ending jumps. He needs to release early and go for a full push to try to make up this difference. Grenady's going to jump far. Aurel gets the first one good, and this should get him back a little bit, but he had to release to catch that checkpoint. And now Grenady will be so far in front that nothing can go wrong for him. He takes that 3rd place, and Aurel will get 4th in the first round of a World Cup.
Yes, but still very well played by all the players. Carl Jr. did finish a little bit before the rest, but the other 3 players were very, very tight. Looking like it's going to be a really good World Cup if this first match has had anything to show here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was really cool to see. Talking about how Carl Jr. had so many expectations going into this tournament, and the GOAT badge, you know, that carries a certain amount of pressure. He delivers.
Oh, yeah.
He shows why people call him that. There's no doubt in anyone's mind that Carl is great at Trackmania, and every year we think, are people getting closer? Are they going to catch up? Are they going to contest? They are, but Carl still feels like he's that little bit ahead.
Oh, yeah, but also, as you said, it actually must be quite a tremendous burden to have this GOAT of the game badge on your head and everybody has these expectations, because I'm sure that he knows what people are thinking and might feel like if he doesn't deliver, people are going to get let down. That must be kind of difficult as well.
Yeah, and you know, Carl, he has had struggled with nerves in the past ahead of tournaments. You know, getting really like sick before the tournaments, having, you know, feeling like nauseous and stuff, but he always delivers when it matters, no matter how nervous he is ahead of the match, and he showed that now. We will get the results of all the other matches coming in as soon as they complete. Gonna update you guys as soon as we know how those wound up. But the one we watched, I think it was one of the better ones. What a treat that was to take a look at.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's great that that all the players, they had so similar paces. It was nice seeing a couple of new world records. And I'm very happy that the first rounds here were all about the new maps. Honestly, I think that's super cool and very nice that we got to see those early, so you guys know what you're in for here in the next coming days.
And I guess we can quickly try to jump into one of the other matches, taking a look at match 4, which is still ongoing.
Okay.
Looks like Mutta has won that one. You know, Mutta and Carl, they did face off in the Trackmania Grand League finals, and that one was a spectacular match. A lot of expectations on Mutta as well. In his first LAN, how he would hold up. Would he be able to play with the jet lag, with, you know, time zone differences, whatnot?
Yes.
Looks like he's won. Gwen has gotten second place. Good to see Gwen. And let me put you guys in game so you can follow the rest. It is McQuattro versus Kappa, and Kappa is finalist here on a tiny gap. Oh, but he makes a mistake, which gives McQuattro an opportunity to make a double finalist in server 4.
Oh yeah, we might have a double finalist situation. It looks like McQuattro will be able to take it home here. He needs to release enough to get a smooth landing into the tiny gap, which the map is named after, and he does make it. McQuattro making it a double finalist situation. What a treat for us, right as we come in.
Yeah, no, they waited for us, I think, Jnic, so that we could catch the action here. Yes. 1 versus 1, Kappa and McQuattro. McQuattro, of course, if you haven't heard his name before, just qualified to the Trackmania Grand League this season through the Challenger League, so we will be seeing more of him next year, but he's here attending his 4th World Championship. Best he's ever gotten is into the top 16, so anything better than that would do him great this time. Beating Kappa would be the first step on that journey, and Kappa, he is the 2018 World Champion, the 3rd place player from last year. Now, they are duking it out here in one final round on Tiny Gap. This map has seen some changes, including the addition of a bridge in the middle. But it is McQuattro with an early lead, Jnic.
Yes, and if McQuattro can get a low line here on the jump, and it does seem like he does set up for a good little Neo drift right here. He maintains it, and he maintains the lead, and he might actually be able to beat Kappa right here, which is a very prestigious thing to do. Kappa, a very famous name here in Trackmania, and if McQuattro can take him down right here, it must be good for the self-confidence. Only one more jump to make it, and it does look like he has it perfectly, and McQuattro is gonna take down Kappa here in the double finalist situation. McQuattro taking down 3rd.
Yeah, great clutch there by him to win 2 in a row. Back-to-back to take 3rd place. That gives him 2 points instead of 1 in the overall standings. And a bit of a rough start for Kappa, though I'm sure he can bounce back from that. But then we have the final results of match 4. Let's see if there's any other matches ongoing, although I think that might be the last one in a double check.
I just want to take a quick moment to just show some appreciation for all the new scenery that has been made on all of the maps, also all the previous ones. The maps, they look stunning right now. We just drove through Tokyo, Japan, in the nighttime with a bunch of neon lights. It was such a beautiful setting. I think we forget about how much time and effort there's actually been just going into building these maps. And
it really adds to the atmosphere. I mean, if you look just on the overlay around us here, you can see all the monuments that are placed around the maps. You have things like the Sydney Opera, you have the Eiffel Tower, you have different monuments from around the world, and they're also set to be in those cities.
Yes, exactly. I can't remember all the monuments. There's the Big Ben, and then there's what is the French?
The Eiffel Tower?
No, the other one, the bow thing.
Okay, now you're making me confused.
What do you mean?
I do not know. I was just
Arc
gonna
de Triomphe.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah, chat knows. Okay, guys, we have the results from round 1. I'm gonna explain how this format works if you just tuned in. Basically, if you win a match, you get 4 points. If you get second, you get 3. If you get third, you get 2. And if you get fourth, you get 1 point. So Carl Jr. and Mime got 4 and 3 points here in match 1. Pack and Otak got 4 and 3 in match 2. Tween won the third match against Massa, Afi, and Dinks. That is, I think to some people, a big surprise. But Tween, you know, he is playing his, I believe it is 8th World Championship. He has played a lot, and he's gotten second and third so many times. But maybe this could be his year. Tween winning in match 3.
That would be great, honestly. And it's nice to see that there are a little bit of stir-ups and upsets, because it just goes to show that, you know, anybody has the potential to actually take this home.
Yeah, and then in match 4 we had Mura ahead of Gwen, and it isn't updated yet, but McQuattro 3rd and Kappa 4th. So that will hopefully be updated here on the overall standings. Maybe if I refresh the page.
I'm happy to see Mura doing well, even though he came from Australia all the way to France and is able to play, you know, tip-top shape. That's great to see.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how that, also just the evolution that Mura's had through the last years. I mean, we used to know him as a full-speed player. Then he made the change to go to multi-style in 2020, and he's just since then had massive improvements to his pace, and now he's among the world's best at everything in Trackmania. So yeah, it really shows that if you put your mind to it and you have the necessary experience, you can do it. We have the list of round 2 matches here, Jnic. Is there any one that stands out to you? Personally, I would be really interested to see Mura, having talked so much about him, and Tween as well, to get a pace check on Tween. But that could be interesting.
Because Tween just won and Mura just won. It's going to be an interesting map right there. And I'm also looking forward to seeing just what maps they're picking, honestly. And if that's what's making them win. Yeah.
I mean, we will have the players rotating again in the 3rd round as well. That one, we will have Mura versus Tween, actually, in match 4. Just noticed that. Also,
that could be interesting.
Yeah. But it starts in about 3 minutes, so we gotta make our mind up. Perhaps.
Okay. Okay. So, of course, we just watched Carl Jr. We just watched Mime, Grenadi, and Aurel, right?
Every match will have one player that we have seen.
They will all have one we have seen. Okay. Yep. I think it would be cool to see if one of the ones that got 3rd or 4th could make a comeback.
So perhaps I think match 2 is the strongest one here for me personally. With we can see Aurel, we can see Pack, see how he's holding up. We haven't really seen much on the public leaderboards from him.
Yes.
And Tween and Kappa, 2 old teammates. They were both 1st and 2nd in the World Championship in 2018.
Yes.
So
it's also great to see if Kappa can bounce back from that 4th place as well at the same time. So that sounds great.
Yeah. So we will get ourselves on the server and also quickly talk a little bit about the players that are participating in that match. Let's start with Pack. Pack is the 2016 Trackmania World Champion. One of the few times that Carl Jr. Has been beaten in a World Championship final. Pack managed to do it, and the 2 other 2nd places are times where he did not beat Carl. Or well, he might have actually done it in the 2018 World Championship. But yeah, Pack is strong. He is a Giga Chad, and he looks good here, having gotten
absolutely
a win in his 1st round.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That as well. I thought you meant just the picture.
Oh no, I mean his pace, but yeah, it's strong IRL too. Yeah, he's buff.
No, but yeah, he does look like he's gonna do great. Also, in the almost mid-20s range, I am personally a fan of the players that are getting a little older, because I see so many young people in the esports scene, and it is nice to see that Trackmania still can maintain people 25, 26, 27. And Pack has so many previous accomplishments, it's nice to see that he can still maintain that.
Absolutely. We talked a bit about Arel before previous match. He's a very consistent player, generally not known to be one of the fastest players, and we saw that he could do consistent paces, but it wasn't enough for more than a 4th place on that first match. Maybe he can bounce back. He does have a Serrator Cup win from 2021 on record as one of his strongest accomplishments, and last World Cup he got 8th place.
Yes. Well, that's Serrator Cup. The maps are a little bit different than they are now, but that doesn't take away from the difficulty of winning a cup like that. So definitely well played. You can see he's a Camera 1 player, a fellow Camera 1 enjoyer as myself. And, you know, I think that he will absolutely have a chance to bounce back in the next match.
He will. But he's going to have to do it against very strong opposition. 2 previous world champions in this match. Pack, as we mentioned, and Kappa, who won in 2018 and got 3rd in 2021. Got 4th in his first match, but I think he's hungry to show what he's capable of here.
Yes. Then we have, looking at Kappa. He's going to be in the next match as well, right?
Yep.
Yes. The player from Czech Republic, 26 years of age, playing for Sinners Esports, a very, very known name in the Trackmania scene. He has a lot of previous accomplishments, won the World Cup in 2018, the TMGL beta season. If you guys watched back then, he was also the victor of. So absolutely a name to be reckoned with, honestly.
I'm sure he could also get a spot in the Alpha and Sigma League of TMGL if he wanted to as well. Looking at his stature there in the picture. Great guy, Kappa. One of my personal favorites too, as he's a keyboard player. One of the 4 keyboard players in the field. Together with Tween as well, if we have his player card here. Here we go. Tween. Tween is 26 years old as well, from Slovakia. Also keyboard player, uses Chem 2. And Tween has sort of been the unlucky second in a lot of World Cups. He has 4 second places in Trackmania World Cup history and 2 third places. But he's never won the tournament himself. A fantastic Trackmania player, has been in the Trackmania Grand League before. Has gone through some struggles with motivation, but in an interview said that he was, back on the horse now, ready to play. And really pushing it on the maps to get into top shape. So, and we saw that with his leaderboard ranks thus far.
Oh yeah, he just won, putting himself in a great position here on day 1. So, I mean, hopefully he can maintain that pace and show us just what made him win their previous round.
We have pick and ban currently ongoing, so we do not know exactly what will be played yet, but as soon as we do know, we will let you know. But that is the players. Now, yes. Jnic, I have made my prediction for the grand finals. Do you, if you could, right now, after round 1, if you had to predict this tournament, which to many is the most stacked World Cup yet, it's an impossible question. Who would you have in the final? Yeah. 4 players.
The 4 players. Okay. I think, as a wise man once said, betting against Carl Jr. is just a bad idea.
It's fair.
So not going to bet against Carl Jr. So I think Carl Jr. is going to be there. I do think Mudda also has the potential.
Okay.
I think we discussed this at one point. I agree with you here that I think Afi is a great contestant. Definitely one of the strongest players, in my opinion. And then if I had to pick a 4th, on the spot, you know what? I'm going to say Masa, because I've seen Masa do a bunch of training on stream recently, and I do hope that it pays off for him.
Okay, so you have Mudda, Carl Jr., Afi, and Masa. I have almost the same list. I went for Carl, Mudda, Afi, and Kappa is my 4, if I had to pick. But there are so many strong players in this field. Just want to touch on the pick and ban. We do have the maps coming in. So Tween has banned New School. Kappa banned Quicksand. Arel banned Slalom. And Pack banned Tiny Jump. That means the map pack we will have is the following. Bolt Holes, Red Landing, Forest, Climbing, Heart, and Bobsag is the random map chosen.
All right, can you say that one more time?
Bolt Holes, Red Landing, Forest Climb, Heart, and Bobsag.
So okay, I like that that the players, they don't dislike the new maps. It's nice.
They banned all of the old maps almost, except for New School, banned by Tween.
But okay, we haven't seen bolt holes yet today, and I'm excited to see that. If you guys don't know bolt holes, it features some very tricky jumps in the ending, and I think that's going to stir up the field once we get to it. That's a map that I've been looking forward to seeing myself.
And it also makes sense that Tween picked it. I remember it was one of his strongest maps in regular season of Challenger League, and also now you see it in the World Cup. It had some changes, but it's mostly the same drive. He really likes that one. It's technical, it's precision based, and there's not a lot of like ice or things like that stir it up. So yeah, classic Trackmania map for Tween there in the first pick.
Yeah.
And a bit interesting that Kappa goes for red landing. We haven't seen him on it, but maybe he has some tricks prepared that he's gonna use.
Yeah, I think if you feel very safe with the landing there, the reason it's called red landing is obviously because of the landing on the red platforms, right? If you're safe with those, if you feel comfortable, you might be able to push yourself a little bit harder on the releases than the other players, and that can actually save quite a tremendous amount of time, honestly. That can save you like 0.2 to 0.5 in the ending alone. So I think that might be a reason.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the players are just now getting on the servers, warming up. I think we have 20 seconds left before it begins. So guys, get ready for round 2 here. We are watching Pack, Tween, Kappa, and who's the 4th player? That is Arel. They are going to be on the server in a second. Let's see the warm-up as it happens. Now on board here with Pack as he's warming up. I think in most people's tier lists in Trackmania, they would usually put Pack as the closest opponent to Carl Jr. He has traditionally been that, you know, the one who has always been closest to challenge. We had the Trackmania World Championship Finals last year, where they were 1st and 2nd. We had the playoffs in TMGL, where they were 1st and 2nd. Carl's still winning, and but more recently it has been Mutta, I think, that people would consider the 2nd strongest. So interesting to see what Pack can deliver here in this World Championship, if he can, you know, be the best, or if he's gonna struggle keeping up with Mutta and Carl Jr. for that favorite badge.
And if you guys were wondering why it is that we tier Mutta so high recently, it is just because of the incredible pace he's been showing recently. Also winning over Carl Jr. in the finals of the Trackmania Grand League recently. Mutta has been showing himself to be a very, very talented player, and we cannot deny that at this point.
Yeah, we cannot. But there are certain factors that come into play, like Mutta being at his first offline event. He's only played everything from his home comfortable chair in Australia. And I can tell you on LAN, I haven't played tournaments, but I have done, you know, ESA in an event. And it's different.
Yeah.
Your desk is different. Your surroundings. There's lights.
Oh, absolutely.
There's other sounds than you're used to of clickety-clackety, and you're not turning a steering wheel. There's people, you know, maybe talking. It's different to play it on LAN. You have to account for all these changes, not to mention the jet lag. So
I think the jet lag is definitely a big one. But I mean, he's used to playing in Australia, which is, you know, basically constant danger wherever you are, basically, in my mind, with the giant spiders. So now that he has a comfortable chair where he knows his surroundings are safe, maybe he can focus a little bit more.
Not scared of the spiders anymore. That's true, you know. But
okay. Yeah, so can we just talk about here the finish that we're leading up to here with the bolt holes, where they jump through the tiny little holes right here, which can be very difficult to line up. Now, granted, the players have, of course, had a lot of time to practice this map, as this map is not a new map, but that does not take away of just how difficult this is, especially in a high pressure situation where you can see that your opponents are maybe just 0.1 second behind you or ahead of you.
Yeah, looking at Pack right now leading up to that ending, one thing that's important to know about the last jumps is you can release the acceleration to get through the first one, but if you release on the second or third jump, you will not get to the finish. So you have to do the last 2 jumps at full speed. You have to commit, you have to aim that gap, get through the bolt hole. And Tween picked this because he's one of the best at that. And we'll see now in 18 seconds as we start how they handle it.
Yeah, so we just saw them warm up right here. But once we go into the actual round, we're going to be able to see just who of these players have the pace. Do you remember who picked this map?
It was picked by Tween. That's the first map pick. Since he won the previous round, he gets seed 1 going into this one. And he decided this is where we will start the match. 4 rounds of bolt holes. If you don't know the format, they play until they reach 120 points. They get points per their positions each round. First place gets 10, second gets 6. Third gets 4 points, and fourth place gets 3. So you want to consistently get either the 10-pointer or the 6-pointer to do well in these matches, but you really get rewarded for winning and getting first.
Absolutely. Here we see the players. They're trying to go as low as possible in that jump right there because you want to be able to accelerate as soon as possible. Pack making a little bit of mistake, going a little bit too inside and clipping, decreasing his speed just a little bit. Aurel in the lead. Tween and Kappa fighting neck and neck just behind. Kappa losing a little bit of speed, so Tween will just inch closer to Aurel, but Aurel maintaining that lead, going into a full speed section with a wall ride. Seems like all of the players executing it just fine. Want to go low here in the grass part to use the curvature of the map to kind of propel you towards the next destination. And we see Tween actually with a little bit of a different line than Aurel, getting more exit speed and overtaking here at the very ending. Tween now in first place, and he takes it home.
Ahead of Aurel in second, and there's big mistakes from both Kappa and Pack, but Kappa might be the third to finish. Oh, he misses the jump, and Pack will not have time. So very interesting start here. Tween and Aurel, the only players to score points.
Yeah, and that's the thing with a map like this. The ending is so dangerous that you can actually, as we've seen just now, happen to not get any points. And that is incredibly bad for the players. They definitely, at the very minimum, want to try to see if they can finish. But once you have, players like Tween, like Aurel, who get it really fast, the ending, if you just fail it once or twice, you're gonna not be able to finish yourself.
Yeah, you need to get that consistency down for the jumps. Tween here clipping the quarter pipe jump, going a bit too early. So we now go up the reactor wall. It is Aurel in the lead. Into the downhill drift here. It's where Kappa and Pack, the 2 world champions on the technical style, will make up that gap a little bit by doing a cleaner drift. But Aurel is still holding on, just barely ahead. So we have 2 more turns before the identity jumps into the gap, and we saw that different line. It's something the players have been doing throughout the regular season as well. What they're trying to do is go all the way to the right in this corner, set up wide, and do a left movement to jump diagonally. So they jump lower, can go through that full speed. Kappa is in the lead, just ahead of Aurel, but Aurel will maybe inch that one out on the finish line by 300ths. He takes it with a 1:18.05.
What a great ending. I like that the players were so close throughout this entire map, because the difficulty of the map is pretty high, but all the players seem to be executing the difficult bits very well, and they're going to be neck and neck throughout that entire match. Very well played by all of the players.
We can still see the damage. Ooh. Oh no, Tween making that early mistake, and since it's such a long map, that is punishing. You don't get any opportunities to make use of the rest of the track, because yeah, he's actually just going to DNF here and not going to be able to finish. So I was just going to mention how not finishing can really show the damage on the scoreboard. Kappa and Pack only with 6 and 4 points respectively. So it is Aurel that will be in the lead of the match so long as he finishes here. But now it is Pack on a great pace, faster than the round before, halfway through the track. And Kappa able to keep up. Only a 10th behind that again. See who gets the best exit speed here. Looks like it is Pack. Once again, get a little bit further ahead. But those 3 ending jumps are so decisive that anything can still happen here. Gonna go for the wide setup and try to do that left movement for more speed. Through the gap. Kappa looks like he's gonna get a little closer, but this should be Pak's round to win. As long as he gets the last jump. Kappa had to release, so that means I don't think he's gonna... Oh, he's barely gonna make it.
Barely made it. That is scary to get that release right there, because as you've said, you really need the exit speed for the final jump. So very nice there that Kappa still got it, but a little bit dangerous coming into the ending. That was, we have a fastest time here from Aurel with a 118.05, a current world record on the map. Standing is from Papu with a 105, no, sorry, with a, from Binks with a 117.694. So the players are actually getting pretty close, about 0.4 away from the world record.
I like how specific you were in saying that as 0.694 instead of giving chat just, yeah, it's a 117.69 chat. Have fun. So we now go into the next round here. All 4 players made it out of the start alive. But it is, ooh, the first mistake happens, and it is from Aurel. Kappa getting a bit closer, very close round here. It was Tween's pick, and right now he is in 3rd place on the scoreboard, so has one more opportunity to make this work for himself. Maybe extract a 10-pointer at the last round. Pak will challenge for it. Tween clips the hole there, and that's not going to be great speed to set him up for the jumps. Needs to see some mistakes. Kappa will make one. Pak in a clear 1st place right now. Steady on the 2nd jump. Just needs to line up last. And he will secure that with a 117, so he breaks the barrier. But Tween gets 2nd place here, importantly enough.
Oh yeah, that's pretty important. Aurel must have made a mistake there in the ending. Since it was Tween's map pick, it is nice to see him at least get close to those 20 points. He did not manage to be the on 1st or 2nd going out of his 1st map, but who knows, maybe he picked this map because he knew or saw that other people would be picking maps he really liked already, right? That's the thing that you got to think about. These players are trying to play both the mental game, but also they might know each other well enough to think, oh, he's gonna pick a map that I like, I don't have to pick it, etc, etc,
etc. And the map that was picked for 2nd in this round is Red Landing, put in the scenery of the USA with the Statue of Liberty in the background. Make no mistake, this map is very technical. It has that last jump that is onto the boosters where you need to be incredibly precise, and it features a lot of sausage blocks and bobsleigh, so 2 great elements to master here in Red Landings. Let's see who can do it the best.
Yes, going into the 1st round, they're gonna drive into a bobsleigh, trying to get as much exit speed as possible, and making sure you don't accidentally drift here on the sausage blocks. That can be very detrimental to the field, or to your own pace as well. Pak is in the back, actually getting a little bit further behind than I would expect him on this map, but he's definitely not out as of yet. You can see all the players, they're going so tight to the inside that their left wheels almost leave the ground, but they still maintain ground contact. You only need 2 wheels to touch the ground to get full acceleration in this game, so, and the players know that, so they're utilizing that mechanic to its fullest extent. Going into the bobsleigh before the identity. Kappa now in the lead, Tween and Aurel right behind him, 0.1 of a second differentiating the top 3 players right now. Can Kappa maintain the ending line here? Going into the jumps, Kappa getting a decent jump, but jumping a little high, and he might be overtaken here. Aurel not making the jump here. Pak and Tween gonna be neck and neck in the final section, but Pak lands a little bit before, but Tween with more the exit speed, and Tween takes home the 1st victory with a 109.7.
Great stuff there from Tween. Consistency pays off. His opponents faltered left, right, and center, and he will take 10 points to get almost into 1st. That's Pak holding that down, 1 point ahead, but they have leveled the scoreboard a bit. Just want to point out how it's very cool to see Tween and Kappa play together in the same match. They were teammates in the Serrator Cup this summer and had a heartbreaking loss there, and they talked about how, you know, it really was painful to lose in the quarterfinals, but they also felt that, you know, doing it together was what made it so much fun and manageable. So here we see them again in the World Cup playing together. They were 1st and 2nd temporarily, but now with mistakes from Kappa and also Pak to follow, it is just Tween and Aurel in first and second. Let's see which one of them will take the lead of the match with a 10-pointer and the ending here.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, but you know, in the middle of the map, there is a checkpoint that doesn't extend all the way down, and you have to go pretty high up on the map, and that's what Kappa missed. He missed the checkpoint, very unfortunately. But Aurel here and Tween fighting for the lead. Ooh, Tween almost flying out. He's going to have a lot of airtime. Aurel landing a little bit earlier, but maybe Tween has more exit speed. It does not seem like it. And Aurel now taking the second victory here with a 109.62.
And Aurel's in the lead. He got 4th place in his first match. Now he's up in first, so good stuff to see from him. He will put himself at 38 points. I remember last World Cup, he was doing extremely well in the group stages of World Cup, winning his first 3 matches and at one point leading against all the other players during that phase. So do not scoff at Aurel. He is known for consistency, but he's showing great pace here to accompany that. But also a bit of a rough start to the match for Kappa. You can see all the players have now gotten over 30 points. But Kappa's still on 18. Does manage to avoid any mistakes in the opening here. But there's still a lot of driving to be done until they reach the ending.
Absolutely here. Going into the last section before the bobsleigh, Aurel is now in the lead. And you can see that the checkpoints there, they don't extend all the way down into the water either. So if you go for too much of an inside line, you're also going to miss that checkpoint. So the players are going to look out for that as well. Aurel here in the lead, maintaining a Kappa right behind. And as you've said, Kappa needs to find some of these points right now. Aurel seems to get the landing very smooth. Kappa now making a mistake and is going to fall down to last. Is he going to be able to get back up? It does not look like it. Aurel seems to be maintaining that lead. Pack, Tween right behind, and Kappa there on 4th place.
And this is his map choice, Jnic. It is the one that he thought is what would suit him best. But after 4th place in match 1 and now being in 4th place can be hard mentally to bounce back from that. They will play 8 matches in the group stage, so there is still time, but it's important not to get too much into a mental rut. So Kappa, one of the most experienced players in the field, has played so many tournaments, so many LAN events. He knows that there's still chances to fight for this, and he's gonna try again in this round. Up in first now, out of the opening drifts. Looking for a good outside line here. Around the pillars, just wanna climb up at the right point to pick up enough speed to jump far here. Aurel is still keeping up though, despite Kappa doing that beautifully. Now a great drift from Aurel there to go into first. He's really found the pace here, Aurel. The Kappa will have a better bobsleigh turn to get himself into first. And Tween actually overtaken as well. They're all here battling for it, but now the red landings might decide. You want to land on your back wheels, you want to land around the middle to pick up the checkpoint and the 2 red booster gates. Aurel respawning. It is Tween in the lead before the last landing. Pack has an awkward one. Kappa with more speed though. Is it going to be enough? It will. And Kappa takes 10 very important points here in the match. He really needed that.
Yes, very, very important. Kappa getting those speed slides to overtake Tween at the very ending. Very well played, and that must be a good feeling for Kappa right now, knowing that he has the pace to get first on his own map choice. I feel like that does something to your mental as well, knowing that, oh, I'm not in a rut, I can still get this done.
Yeah, exactly. It's so important to get that confirmation that you can still compete, and he gets that. We're going on to Forest Climb, a very wild map if we had to describe it in one word. But this one, if you can master it, can also be a ground where you can get a lot of points.
I like how you used wild to describe forest climbing, because it fits very well. With that being said though, the ending of the map is definitely a very wild section of the map where you have to, I mean, come on, where you climb stairs with a bunch of scenery on it, and you try to avoid hitting the trees. Now, if I'm not mistaken, those stairs are made from penalty grass.
They are, but you have a reactor booster, so it balances out your speed a little bit. Important in the grass part in the start here to get... we saw how much Mime could gain by driving clean lines, by letting the track sort of carry the car not really doing too many movements, and that's what they're gonna be aiming for. Reducing airtime, a good move here as well. Though Pack trying to save it a little bit, not really wanting to risk crashing. Great downhill there by the British player. Now up the identity. We see him clip a bit, has to release to compensate. Great reaction times. It's Kappa in second. Following up, but oh, Pack will hit the tree in the uphill, and Kappa can take first place. Pack still, after that crash, able to secure second.
Oh, the tree not making it at all.
Oh, did he miss? Oh, he missed.
Well, that is what can happen here. This identity is very risky, and the players are, of course, going to push themselves to the very limit to be able to drive as fast as possible. But if you make a big mistake on that uphill, you can risk not getting the reactor booster to carry you all the way up. And if you do that, you're basically out of the running. But it's the risk the players are willing to take here to get that first place position. And I think they are practiced enough to not have it happen too often.
Yeah, important for Kappa there. He got another 10-pointer in a row, so he's right back up in the rankings now with the others. Not far away from first at all. Aurel is keeping about a gap of 10 points to the others. Still in first, and here in this round in second, just behind Pack, who did something in this uphill last time. Carried a bit more speed than the others. He does that again. I think it is the wiggle that he does to get a small speed slide during that section. Aurel here with a great line as Pack falls off on the side of the track. Tween will take the first place for now, though, as Aurel has disappeared from the leading view, and Tween wins that one ahead of Kappa. Aurel will get third here, and Pack able to get at least the 3 points for fourth.
An absolute massacre happening here in the ending of the map of forest climbing. It is such a difficult ending. The players, you know, they're trying to execute it perfectly, but one small mistake with a reactor boost and climbing up those stairs, that can propel your car to the left or the right, and it's very difficult to react to your car, you know, bouncing around like that on the spot, especially when you're trying to push that extra hundredths of a second or a tenth of a second ahead of your opponents. So, I mean, even though there are a few mistakes, the players are still driving this track really well as we go into another lap where Aurel gets a very nice inside line and actually overtakes his opponents, getting up to first with a little bit less exit speed. So Kappa and Pack are going to be back into it. Aurel here on third.
And it's crazy how clean that looked from Aurel's point of view, and then you still see two other players beating that segment and actually gaining a 10th over him in that part. Very crazy. They're all here for the identity now. Pack, again, another crash in the staircase. Really has not found the rhythm to avoid making mistakes here. Close between Tween and Aurel in the uphill. They're side by side, but it will be Tween by 7 thousandths of a second. Able to secure 4 more points because of that. Very good round.
What a close ending. And that just goes to show that the players, they know how to do this. Like they seem to even have pretty similar lines. A lot of these players, they will have found their lines themselves, but they might still, you know, merge into the same line because, you know, they've seen, oh, this is the most optimal way. But what I'm looking forward to seeing is also just the way that they're gonna save it if they happen to make a mistake on that uphill. Because once you get out of the line that you have in your head, it can be very difficult to navigate all the trees. And I think just that skill to have is pretty incredible that the players are able to pull it off.
And here's a question. I mean, do you think there's any players, except for maybe your likes of like a Mime, that strongly enjoy this track? Or do you think players pick it just because it's a very uncomfortable map for your opponents? Like, it might throw them off. I think this is the most precise, difficult track in the map pack, so if you want to throw a curveball, I think forest climbing is the pick that you could go for. Here we see Pack in the lead again on the identity. Can he hold it together this time and secure the points? He's been so close that many times, but this time he gets the breakthrough and gets 10 in the last round of forest climbing.
Yes, with almost a sub 101. We might be able to see a sub 101. Oh, was that not the last round?
That was the last round.
That was the last round here. Okay. Still great showing. And currently Aurel, who lost his last match, is now in the top. So looking strong there for Aurel.
Going to the fourth map in the map pack, it is going to be Heart, one of the case-based maps, as we keep touching on. This is one quite the complete opposite of what we saw in Forest Climb. Picked by RL, this one is picked by Pack, who clearly prefers that as the driving style. He was so good on it in the TMGL playoffs and in the TMGL regular season. I predict that Pack can get a lot of points here on Hart, Jnic.
Oh, absolutely. But we also have to remember that the players, they have had a little bit of extra time to practice the map, as well as the map having a, I think it has, does it have any sort of retouches on the actual track with scenery on it? I don't think it has.
I think it has remained exactly the same. Maybe like a little bit of difference in the obstacles you have to avoid for each corner, but the racing line remains just about the same, and the world records do as well. The world record on this map being a 1:03.14. I think in the regular season it was 1:03.10, so it's about the same, and you really just gotta do what you practice the regular season. Pack. You can see here again, doing it right now, just ahead of Kappa, about 0.2, which is a decent lead to have on Hart. This is the identity section, the obstacle climb up to the finish. One more jump for him to get that. Kappa will get second. RL made a mistake, so we'll be Tween securing third there, but that's a very good time to start us off, 1:03.5.
Yeah, that is just the 103 range, and 103 mid, 103 high is enough to win a few rounds, I think it is. So, and as you predicted, Pack already getting that first victory, currently on 69 points, almost on first. If he gets another win here, he's actually going to propel himself up to first place in the live rankings. So, looks really strong here for Pack, currently on second place, fighting with Tween. Also getting overtaken there by Kappa. All the players here fighting. The field is very, very close. Who's going to get the most exit speed for the uphill? Going wide on the setup. Pack did not seem to get it that strong, but did not lose that much speed. Aurel in the back by 0.2. He might be able to fight himself back up by the ending, but the players are so close right here.
Oh, great downhill for Pack. He's trying to challenge Tween. Incredible line from Pack to avoid the obstacles and set up for the inside turn. That sent the others packing, as now he's going to have a clean run for first. Looks like a mistake from Tween has happened, and it will be Pack securing another 10 points ahead of RL this time, and Tween again in third.
Yeah, and a mid 103 again for Pack. As we said, that's a very strong time and a good winning time. And Pack with a back-to-back bob down on his own map pick here. Hart, right?
On his own map pick, he's at 20 out of 20 possible points so far, and that is the lead, as you talked about. Now 1 point ahead of RL, so he's bridged that gap, whereas we still see Kappa trailing a little bit in the points. Hasn't yet recovered from that early slumber he was in, but it's looking good now. Into the start of the round. Want to stay high on that dirt banking to carry as much speed as possible, but that is way more important in the upcoming turn. This downhill drift, the more speed you have here, it can gain or lose about 0.2 of a second. So just look at Pack right now. I think he and Tween have the best speed, and they're just going to extend ahead. Pack gaining 1300th there on Kappa. It's one of the most important turns of the map, together with this downhill and now the water part. So Tween able to follow Pack for now. RL with a mistake, but it will still be a super close battle between Tween and Pack here in the lead. These last jumps will be decisive. Whoever gets the best landings, the most exit speed, will take it. It's maybe going to be Pack again here, Jnic. It looks like it. 30 out of 30 now for the British player.
And that is what you want to see from your own map pick. Pack must be feeling great about that map pick right now. Jumping up to a solid lead, 89 points ahead of second place, who has 82 points. Like, Pack definitely is feeling the map right now. He is on fire. And are we gonna see a quadruple victory from Pack right here? Let's follow along with him. Currently, the field is gonna be really close due to it being the start of the map, but Pack is not going down without a fight. He is currently in the lead going into this very important right-handed downhill drift. As you said, getting the speed for the uphill, going super wide there from Pack. He's gonna get a lot of speed. I think Tween is trying to contest it. They're gonna be so close to each other here going into the second half of the map.
Really happy to see Tween's pace here, able to follow Pack, and when he makes a mistake, that will give him the lead. But here comes Aurel. Kappa goes into the wall, and he's out of it. Tween still with a chance to win this. It will not be the clean sweep. It will be either Aurel or Tween taking this one. The last jump here, more speed for Aurel. Tween making a mistake, and Aurel will take that 10-pointer just ahead of Pack, though, who gets 36 points on his own map choice. That is how you get, you know, the most bang for your buck right there.
Yeah, that is definitely a nice map pick coming in from Pack. Almost at the 100 points. The players are very close in points. Other than Kappa, who's unfortunately not with the hottest of matches currently. Still in the 60s range, I think, 70s range, where the others are closing in on the 100. But Kappa can still fight back, though. He is not out of it quite yet. And if there's somebody we know who can do good on a big stage and on a LAN event, it is Kappa.
It really is. He showed that in 2018, which was one of his greatest years in Trackmania, where he won Trackmania World Cup on LAN, he won Gamers Assembly on LAN, and he won the Trackmania Grand League beta season on LAN as well. He definitely can deliver. He just needs to get into the rhythm. This map is all about that. It is Bobsag with that crazy identity ending. Maybe this is where Kappa can make the comeback happen. But the others are also getting close to Finalist, and when he makes a mistake here in the opening of the map together with Pack, that is going to be tough to do. Big opportunity here for Tween and Aurel to duke it out.
I think this map should suit Kappa as well, as it's such a technical map. It is so difficult here. But I did see Tween jumping inside of a corner at the very start that looked very risky. But if that's a line he's going to continue to go for, it did look really, really fast here. Let's take a look at the different lines. Aurel once again going with the wide setup here for the bobsleigh. Able to overtake back up to first. Tween with a more inside line, and Pack coming from the back. Now on second place. A little bit wobbly right here. Are they going to be able to make the ending? Aurel seems to be doing well. Pack also. Tween as well. And the top three players are secured.
Oof, that was shaky for all of them, but it looked like they knew what to do to save if they had a bad pattern. What players will do a lot, and what Tween talked about in an interview going into this tournament, is that he has built segmented practice maps for every part he struggles with, and then just play that segment over and over and over again. Think of it like if you're learning a difficult song on the piano, you play that one part you struggle with over and over until it just sticks. And that's what he's been doing. So there, even with a very wobbly line, able to make a recovery and get to the finish. And if he does that while ahead, just like now, yeah, that's 10 points.
Oh, yes. And, I mean, I think it's impressive to be able to, you know, have enough self-insight and be like, I know I need to do this exact section a lot of times, and then the rest of the map can come second, because sometimes that's what you need to do, right? And it can be hard. You can stare yourself blind on a map like this so fast.
Really can. Kappa also going for that wide setup, and look at that exit speed. If he carries that all the way to the bobsleigh, that could be huge. Bobsleigh is a surface where if you have speed, it's really hard to overtake someone else. Pack will be able to take first place after a mistake from Tween in the ending. Unfortunate to see that, but also for Pack, a really good opportunity now to get ahead of Aurel. He's only 9 points away from finalist mode.
Yes, he could be getting it here next round, actually. If he can maintain another victory, he will have it down. Kappa currently on 77 points, so there are about 40 points here separating the players. But still, the players can come back. Once you get that finalist position, you still need to get a victory to get back into it. And that victory, that final victory, once you're in finalist mode, can be one of the most difficult ones to get.
It really can, because then you're getting the pressure, like, oh, you know you're so close, you're just one move away from getting across with 4 points and winning the match, but closing it out can be hard. The others are going to do their best to deny you. We're coming up to the ice part again. Look at this, Pack just dropping off to the left side, getting to the checkpoint as soon as possible. The others landing earlier with more speed on the wide line, and that speed might be Decisive Aurel had a chance at a comeback, but he crashed out. And now it is Pack in clear first, looking for Finalist. If he wins this, he will get to 120, and he will do so. Tween gets to second place there. Kappa in third, and Aurel gets 3 important points there in fourth. But now Pack has a chance to close it out.
That was such a smooth ending there from Pack as well. That looked very, very clean and controlled. So very well played there from Pack. He only needs to do it one more time to take home this victory. Aurel, though, getting really close to that finalist position as well. Only 12 points away. So he can still maintain a nice and healthy chance of getting back into the lead. But the players, they need to deny Pack. And there we have Tween with a mistake. So Pack only has 2 other players that are contending with him. And Pack is currently in the lead. Aurel trying to push himself back into it. They're getting towards the ice slide section here. Aurel and Pack with 2 different approaches. Let's see which one of them will have the best line going into the last section of the map.
Ooh, this is very important now to make sure that you have the fastest line. Aurel believes in his line, and that it can beat the inside line of Pack. Is it going to be enough? Pack has to drift in the setup, and he will go flying, and he will go into the pole. He will not be done yet, but Aurel here can secure 10 points. Very clean ending section from Aurel to take that one ahead of Kappa, and Tween as well, getting important points. This is not over yet, and that's what we talked about. Closing it out in Finalists, there can be a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure because you know you're so close, yet so far, because the other players, every single round that you're not getting that finalist win, they're getting closer and closer to becoming finalists themselves. And it would not be the first time we have seen in Trackmania esports a finalist happening very early and still being the last one to finish it.
Yeah, or, you know, even you get to situations like the quadruple finalist matches we've had, which is just a treat to watch, because that's when you know the pressure's on and everyone's going to try to deliver their best. We are back on bolt holes here, the final map of this set, and it is the one that Tween wanted to start the match on. Now we get back here. Tween is at 99 points. He's 21 points away from finalist, but if he can be able to string together some wins here, he can deny both Pack and Aurel when he gets finalist too. Just has to deliver when it matters.
And I think he is able to, now knowing that it is important to get these victories away from Pack. He needs to deny, and maybe that is the final thing that he needed to be pushed to get a little bit of a faster time here. But Pack currently in the lead from the very, very get-go. Is he going to be able to maintain it here? Going for the right-hander, wanting a low line, as little airtime as possible. We see the players with a few different approaches, and Tween getting it really clean, almost jumping up into first, but Aurel will take that first place position for now. The players are really close to each other, 0.2 separating all of the players. Aurel and Tween in first and second. Pack here fighting for that third place with Kappa. Aurel currently maintaining the lead. Tween getting a little bit of a lower line. I think that's going to propel him a little bit faster ahead, and he's now on first into the full speed section. Getting that propel from the grass slide is super important when you get into a full speed section, because that is just going to snowball. And Tween currently in the lead. Is he going to be able to make it through these holes?
Pack failed.
I think Pack has
missed the jump. He will not be done yet. Tween will still have the lead, as you said, and Kappa is going to be close, but Tween will take the first.
Kappa with a mistake as well.
Oh, he missed. Oh, no.
Oh, but he makes it into the safe finish. So, luckily, didn't have to avoid all of the points. Still getting 4 points there into Parker's name, or Kappa's name.
Yeah, double finalist situation now, though. Pack's mistake there gives Aurel an opportunity to win this match after getting fourth in his previous one. Here, just needs to get a win on his first finalist attempt. And now a lot of pressure on Kappa and Tween to deny them. One of them makes a mistake. It's all on the other to keep the match alive.
Yes, and it is that 1 point they're fighting for. 4 points for the victory here. And you really want to get as many points as possible. 1 point can be the separating factor here. So they're definitely trying their best. Pack is a little bit behind right now. Just still trying to fight for it. Aurel is the closest person to Tween, who is in the lead. Tween currently in the lead with about 0.1. Aurel losing a little bit of speed. might not be able to catch up as of yet.
Such good speed for Tween on the exit there. He will get further and further ahead. The two finalists are chasing him down, but he still holds the fort right now. Holds the dream alive. 2 wins needed to deny here. First one will not be because he crashes out. It's Tween out, and it's Pack versus RL now in the top 2 to see who can close it out first. Pack has more speed, and it looks like he will be the one taking it here, taking the win in round 2, and 4 points going his way. He's won the first 2 matches he's played.
Yes, that is great pace from Pack coming in here. Well played. And now Aurel is the lone finalist. If Tween wins another round, he will be finalist together with Aurel. But maybe Kappa can deny them both as of right now. I think Kappa really wants to see if he can get this victory in, denying Aurel the victory, of course, but also denying Tween that finalist position just for one more round. Kappa is still 23 points away from finalists, so at the very minimum 3 rounds away from getting that red F next to his name. Tween currently in the back.
Aurel with an incredible save. He was going to go right into the checkpoint. He will lose a lot of time, and this is an opportunity for Tween. If Tween beats Kappa here, he gets finalist, but Kappa can deny that to increase his own chances. So a lot at play here. Kappa will have a slightly better jump setup, but now in this section, Tween has gotten so much extra speed time and time again, and he does that here as well, extending a little bit further ahead, though it is marginal. We're coming into the last couple of turns, and the identity, more speed for Kappa here. The drift setup will be better for him as well. So if he can get the jumps through the bolts, then that is him having a chance, but Tween will be lone in first now after the mistake. One more jump here, and you are finalist, but he will miss, and Aurel will win! He misses the last jump.
I mean, Kappa is of course happy about this, but that must hurt for Tween. Missing the finalist position as well as denying Aurel, that is rough.
Brutal there for Tween, who has driven the best time in the field on this map. A 1:18.1 here, a great time at that. Now left to duke it out with his best friend in the game. Tween and Kappa have been friends in the game for the past 10 years pretty much, and here we see them fight for 3rd and 4th. Tween with a clear advantage. He will get finalist this round no matter what, and Kappa will only get there in 3 rounds. So Tween will have a couple of attempts at closing this out regardless.
Yeah, as you said, Kappa needs 120 points. Tween need 110 points to get that finalist position, and Tween is gonna try to get first, even if he doesn't need to, because he wants to deny Kappa all of the points as possible. Kappa needs 2 victories in a row to make it into finalist, and if Tween wins one here, he needs 3 games at the very minimum. So Tween is gonna try to deny Kappa all of the points, and Kappa right here in the ending, trying to get a better tech drift, got a little bit close, but Tween with a mistake! And now Kappa is in the lead. All he needs to do is make the final 2 jumps. Gets the first one down. Can he get the second one? He can. And now Kappa with 113 points to his name. One victory away from finalist. Tween will make it into finalist as well.
He will. And here's the interesting dynamic. That was the last round of bolt holes. And now we will go to Kappa's map choice of Red Landing to decide this one. So Tween as finalist, but we are on Kappa's map choice. And of course the players are prepared for everything, but you really pick the one map that's your favorite out of the remaining ones. So Kappa, you don't get better chances than this one, I guess.
No, that's true. I mean, if there was a map that he was hoping for, or that could save him here, you would think it would be the map that he picked himself, right?
Yeah, it would.
So hopefully he can show us just why he picked this map. It is also like the ending is so difficult, and it is a very precise map with a lot of ice on it. So maybe that is where Kappa feels a little bit faster than the rest of the field here on the ice. Let's see if he can get that starting ice slide a little bit faster than Tween. And it does look like he does that really well, actually. And Kappa is going to start the match here in the lead, but Tween coming right back, and they're fighting neck and neck going into the plastic section. You want to make sure that you don't gear up in a bad section right there and not miss that checkpoint. You can accidentally miss that checkpoint if you go too low down on the road. And Kappa now in a very good spot here to get himself a victory and deny Tween for one more round. He is ahead by about 0.2, getting a better line into this section. Tween getting a little bit closer, but not getting the same amount of exit speed. And Kappa now in a very good position going into the final section of the map.
Yeah, it is Kappa in the lead on his own choice. But we know these jumps can be so detrimental. You have to release exactly right to land in the middle of the booster here, carry a lot of speed through the checkpoint while picking up those extra boosters that Tween just did. Kappa on the back foot here in this round. It could be Tween closing out right now with more speed, with no obstacle in his path. He will take that, getting third place in the match. And Kappa, what a rough start. 2 fourth places now for the 2018 champion.
Yes, but I mean, I just want to take a quick second to highlight how fast Tween did that ending there. He landed, got both the red boosters, pressed his brake button to slow down, and got a pretty straight trajectory onto the next booster to overtake Kappa there in the ending by 0.3 or something. That's an incredibly fast ending there coming from Tween and a deserved victory.
Absolutely a deserved victory. That is this match concluded. Now, let us see if there's any other matches still ongoing. If there are, we can have a look at those. But there are 4 matches played simultaneously, so we have maybe some results to catch up on as well. Looks like Carl Jr. has won round 2. Binks got second place. I can pull it up so you guys can see it here. Actually, that was perhaps the results were concluded. If we go to this scene, we have the results. So Carl Jr. winning ahead of Binks, Pack winning ahead of RL with Tween getting third in this match, Grenadi winning against Otak, Alfie, and Gwen, and Mime actually beating Mudda and Papu and Massa in match 4. So taking down some big names there, Mime, in his first World Championship.
Yeah, that is very well played by Mime there. Doing well both on his first and second match. Only getting beaten so far by Carl Jr., which is also a very, very difficult opponent to win against. Very nice to see Grenadi do well as well there. That's a big win. To see a wheel player getting the victory over the others here.
So I think looking at that then, it means Carl Jr. and Pack are the only 2 players with 8 out of 8 possible points right now. Then you have Mime and Mudda on 7 out of 8 possible in 3rd and 4th. And then it gets too complicated to do the maths in my brain.
Then this gets a little bit difficult.
Yeah. So we will try to refresh this and see if we have the final standings when they come in.
The standings get updated, all the ones up there as well, right? So it should be fine once the last couple of matches gets updated.
Oh, we do have the last one now. Bren getting 3rd and McQuattro getting 4th in that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So curious to see how this now, how the standings are looking. It's definitely been a bit of a rough start for Kappa. I think he might be one of the only players with 2 4th places. That
is such an unfortunate start. But he can pull himself back up here in the next match, hopefully. Can we take a look at who will be playing against each other here?
We can. It is Carl Jr., Massa, Kappa, and Otak in the first one. Pack, Gwen, Binks, and Mime in the second. Uffy, RL, Papu, and McQuattro in the third. And Mudda, Bren, Grenadi, and Tween in the fourth.
Okay. So, Carl Jr. and Pack not playing together as of yet. So they have an option to win 3 times in a row now.
Yeah. I think each match contains 2 players we have seen and 2 we haven't. Although match 3 is Uffy, RL, Papu, and McQuattro. That is, 3 players that we haven't seen. Only RL is the one we've followed closely.
That's true.
But that first match is looking stacked, though, with Carl Jr., Massa, Kappa, and Otak. That is a great match.
That looks like a great match. And also, the fourth one with Mudda, Bren, and Grenadi and Tween. also looks like a great match to me.
It does. It really does. And we talked about that one before, how that one contained, you know, the 2 winners from match 1, Tween and Mora. And we haven't seen Mora play yet on the day. He has a 4th match against Aurel, Binks, and Otak. Looking at the 4th ones, we can also maybe plan out the 3rd.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Carl Jr., Gwen, Papu, Tween, Pack, Massa, Granati, McQuattro, Offie, Bren, Kappa, and Mime, and Mora, Aurel, Binks, Otak.
Okay, here on the 4th one, match 1 or match 3 looks very fun to me on the 4th one. I think Carl Jr. and Tween fighting against each other would be cool to see. Gwen and Papu, of course. I mean, that looks like a great match. But match 3 as well, Afi, Bren, Kappa, and Mime. Yeah. We haven't seen Afi as well either today.
We haven't. And how has he actually been doing? He got 3rd 2 times in a row, so not the greatest start for Afi, who we both actually predicted would be in the grand finals. It's still 6 more matches to be played, though. I think we should do Afi in the 4th round, perhaps, this match right here. And then Carl Jr., Massa, Kappa, Otak in the 3rd. Really important to see how Kappa can hold up, see if Carl Jr. can continue the winning streak, and see how Massa is doing. He has the most world records publicly going into the event with 3. Tied with Papu.
Yes, and he has practiced quite a lot. Can you refresh the page? I think the points got refreshed.
Let's have a look. For the people wondering, we're going to do the campaign discovery after all the World Cup matches are done, which will be in about 2.5 hours-ish. But yeah, this is the current setting.
I do want to just say that Virtual did just lie and said that we will be doing it, which is not true. I will not be doing it.
You will not be doing it. I mean, we as a live stream. Yeah. Here you have the settings, chat. Carl Jr. Pack in 1st and 2nd. Mora, Mime tied at 7 points. And then Tween, Granati, Otak, and Massa to round out the top 8. The top 8 players are the ones that will make it to the playoffs.
Yes. So it is good to see both. I like Carl Jr., Pack, Mora there in the top. I predicted, what was it? Carl Jr. and Mora and Massa.
And Afi,
Afi. So 3 out of 4 so far.
In my case, Afi is at 4 points and Kappa is at 2. So my predictions are not going too great. Chat, who do you guys think will reach the finals? If you had to predict 4 players to get to the grand finals on Sunday. After what you've seen so far, I think maybe Carl Jr. is a choice. Although, you know, in the semis, all it takes is...
Really?
All it takes is 1 match.
I mean, true. So how does that work there in the semis? Can you tell us?
Yes, I can. We can have a look at the playoffs. After the group stages, we will have the 8 players that go into the playoffs. And in the semis, the top 2 players advance. We'll play the same formats that we have done already. And if you win, you're into the grand final. If you lose, you're out. So let's say you get a grand final, a semi-final with like Pack, Mime, and Carl Jr. and Massa. Hard to predict who's going to advance there, right? Even though Carl Jr. is in the mix.
True. That's going to be interesting. Looking forward to seeing those matches. They're definitely going to give their all there if they only have 1 chance to make it further.
Yeah, but it does look like, everybody, that there is a bit of a downtime before the next match kicks off in about 30 minutes time. So I think that is going to be us taking a small break, getting, you know, some water, some... maybe something to eat, and then we will be back in about 15 minutes to continue the action. So if you guys want to take a break as well, it's a good time to do so. Freshen up and then enjoy some more Trackmania esports. That sounds like a plan to me.
That sounds great, but don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with more of the World Cup action.
We'll see you guys soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the cast of Trackmania World Cup Group Stage 2022. We've seen 2 rounds. There's been a bit of a break, and now we're going to have the final 2 rounds of the day, round 3 and round 4. I am here in person, and I'm joined by Jnic to get you guys through this. Jnic, did you get back in time? Are you here?
Yeah. I did get back in time. I just ran
sprinting into your
I just ran a quick 10K while we had a 15-minute break. You know, that's usually what I do. I don't look sweaty, but that's because 10K is not a problem.
It's not a problem. We also had time to help
from that. Not even close.
I also had time to help the grandmas across the street and save the dogs from the animal shelter. You're a good man, Jnic. Chat knows that as well.
I try my best.
You try. Guys, exciting stuff. We have round 3. We have a great match coming up. It's going to be Carl Jr. versus Massa versus Kappa versus Otak. There's a prediction going in the chat right now if you want to bet on who you think will win. And Jnic, I'm going to throw the question to you. Who do you think will win?
I mean, okay, so if you guys in chat don't know this, Virtual stole 10,000 of my coins to predict with on his own channel. Not only did he do that, he lost the prediction.
It was a good bet. It was a good value bet, Jnic.
That is the first time I've ever bet in this channel. And now my betting, has just started. I can't stop now. So I just bet 2,000 on... I'm not going to say.
You're not going to say.
I don't want the odds to be skewed about what I said.
Okay, I see. Well, I did ask you what your prediction was, but I guess we will get to know when we get underway.
My prediction is been voted in, and I bet 2,000 on it. And if I win, I will get happy.
I feel like, okay, so this is what you gotta know, because you see a lot of people betting for Carl Jr. You gotta ask yourself, is it really, 3 times as likely that he wins this match as the others?
Well, let me take a look at the prediction here. There's 700,000 on Carl Jr.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so Carl Jr. has shown himself not only today, but in the previous time in his Trackmania career to be a very, very good player. But now he has already won 2 out of 2 matches. The thing is, he knows he's gonna be in the playoffs, even if he doesn't play his best. So for right now, is Carl Jr. really gonna push it that hard, or does he feel like he doesn't need to, is the question.
I do want to throw people's attention to this stat right here. It's a bit small. I'm going to make it bigger for you guys. This is the past World Cup achievements from the players participating. And you have Carl Jr. there, who has won 4 World Championships, gotten 2 second places and 2 third places. The worst he's gotten since 2013 is a 3rd place in the World Championship. Pack, who now also joins him on 8 out of 8 points so far, has a win and 2 second places. They are looking dominant this time, as always. Kappa, who's in 3rd on the achievements list of the players participating, not doing too good so far. In last place so far with 2 losses in a row. So hopefully he can bounce back. We'll see him play. And then Otak here in his 1st World Championship is in the match, and Massa as well. It's the one we're going to be watching.
Yes. So hopefully Otak can do well now. A lot of people, they might underrate Otak because they haven't seen him. And that's understandable, right? It's understandable. You're not used to the name yet. He's also a very young player. How old is he? He's like 17 or something,
17. Right? And that's another interesting stat, is that in this match we're about to watch, the age differences are massive. You have Carl Jr., who's 25. Kappa is 26. And then you have Massa, who's 27. And Otak, who is 17. He's 10 years younger than these guys. And
so the question is, will the 10 years of age difference between Massa and Otak give Otak the advantage or not? Is it less experience better than being, young and fresh in the game?
Yeah, I mean, Otak, he has played for a long time himself, but it's really just this experience on stage and on a land, I think, will be the biggest difference. How used to playing in a different environment are you? Carl Jr. has been at countless LAN events. Same for Kappa and Massa. Otak, he's attending World Cup now, and he's doing well so far. 6 points out of the first two rounds, so out of the possible.
You got to think back to back when you were 17. When I was 17, I thought I could do everything in the world. I mean, if you asked me whether or not I could stop a train with my hand, I would say yes. So, I mean, he might have the self-confidence to like be
the young
right up
confidence.
There with the best.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I think he has a little bit of that, but I also remember just being like really nervous as well. You know, it's both, because if you're going into a match against the greatest of all time, at 17, I'd be more nervous than when I'm 22. So I think it's a little bit of both.
So?
Yeah.
I would be nervous to shake Carl Jr.'s hand, not gonna lie.
You'd never wash it again?
I mean, no. I would. That's crazy. So there's, of course, the Melo event. That is...
I have touched the hand of God.
Yes, it's gonna be crazy.
God himself. Guys, we will be getting picks and bans coming in shortly. Looking at the players, I wonder what you would wanna... We've seen a lot of... So, this map pack that we're playing, it consists of 5 old maps and 5 new maps that were built for the tournament.
Yes.
Seems like a lot of players are leaning towards the new maps over the old.
I think it's also because the new maps haven't been publicly played that much on the leaderboards, as we've discussed, right? And as such, players might have a sense of confidence because they can see, oh, I'm doing really well on this map, and they might, since they know every other player's pace, judging by the previous TMGL on the previous maps, they might feel like they have a better chance on the newer ones.
They do, and there could be, you know, okay. So the old maps have been just scoured for strats throughout many tournaments, and they're kind of figured out, they're kind of solved. But like we saw on Forest Climb, Carl Jr. had a line that looked faster in the uphill where he went around a tree that the others went inside of. So, you know, there's things like that that can happen. We do have picks and bans, Jnic, and I'm gonna do my best to read these out in an understandable manner. Let me make it really big here so you guys can see them. We're looking at this left... I can maybe make it even bigger. We're looking at this left column right here. Otak has picked Tiny Gap, has banned Tiny Gap. Kappa's banned Quicksand. Massa banned Red Landing, and Carl banned Bolt Holes. So we see this preference again. 3 old maps banned and only 1 new one. Otak picked New School. Kappa picked Poolside. Massa picked Slalom, one of his best maps. And Carl is going for Forest Climbing. That map with the incredible uphill looks really good on that one.
But yeah, 3 out of 5 maps. New maps. That's great. Pool Slide, we haven't seen yet today.
I love that map. It's the first time we see it today. It's such a good map to watch. Poolside is one of the maps that has the most possible lines on out of any competitive track we've seen. You can go wide for speed or inside line in about 5 different corners. And it's really interesting what players opt for. So that's a good one. I think Slalom will be a good comeback. It's where Carl Jr. won the World Championship. It's the track he won on last year. Ooh. And it is one of Massa's best. Kappa's also done really well on it, regular season. So, yeah.
That is going to be great. So, what server was it we were on real quick?
That is server 1.
Okay, I am getting ready to get into it. I'm very excited about this match. I think it's going to be, like, one of the best ones we've seen today. I think it might be the best one we've seen today. Also, it is important to note, if we just looked at the standings of the players, Massa and Otak, if they're not doing well this time, they might be knocked out of the top 8.
Right, because they are just on the brink. They're on 7th and 8th place currently in the rankings.
Yeah.
So they're holding on. Top 8 out of the 16 players will advance to semifinals. And the bottom 8 are eliminated. But there's still all to play for tomorrow as well, second play day. But we will get a very good indicator on how the players will fare after these opening matches. So we should be just about getting started now with all the players on the server. Let's hop in-game here and take this one away. Same format as before. If you just joined, we play until we reach 120 points. And then we play for one more win. If you win a round after reaching 120 points, then you are done with the match. So that is how this works. We are on New School. Is it the first time we see this today? It might be.
New School we have seen today. Yes. And it is a map taking place, and you can see the big Jesus statue in the back in Rio de Janeiro.
That is correct.
Yep. And it is. I like the scenery. I like the houses here. They're very, you know, it's like when you have an identity of houses, like in Norway.
It's
Norway has very
typical
houses.
style. Yeah, having been there too, the colors are very Brazilian. You also have the Pau de Ajugar, the sugar top, I think they call it, the mountain in the background, very famous, overlooking Rio. So that's another landmark that you'll see here, but also the track that they're driving on itself is a really old map. It's from 2012. Oh, old World Cup map from 10 years ago that's making a reappearance just with new surfaces.
So the old map there, if you do a side-by-side from the old map and the new one, they're pretty much the same, but there are new, as Wirtual just said, there are new surfaces here and new challenges. So the old map was a purely tech-based map.
Slide out. Oh, so you missed that
Kappa
slide.
now in the
Kappa
lead.
in first could be a good start to the comeback, but Massa will take it away on the line.
What a snipe there coming in from Massa.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, Kappa, he's at the very bottom of the leaderboard, and there is some solace in saying it cannot get worse right now, you know? That you can't get further down, so he's starting with a 6-pointer, that's good. If you win a round, you get 10, 6 for second, 4 for third, and 3 points if you get last.
Absolutely. And I just want to say real quick, now that you asked and the prediction is over, I did predict for OTAC to win this one.
Okay.
So, because I really want him to.
Ooh, that's
I
a
want to
good
see
bet.
the young people represent. Yeah. And he is currently fighting here with Carl Jr. for getting first place this round. Going a little bit too wide and unfortunately clipping the checkpoint. You don't want to clip the checkpoints because you can't do a fast respawn.
With a mistake too. Yeah, 2 big mistakes right now. And Carl
Jr. then in the lead,
up front. Let's see what Kappa can do against Carl here in this round. You want to go very wide through this checkpoint gate. I saw Carl Jr. do there. It lets you land earlier and set up for more speed. Just a tiny wider line. Gives him about a 10th actually before the ice. But here, maybe Kappa can make something happen. The keyboard advantage on ice. Carl will extend though. Not going to let that lead go. Or is he? He's going to go very close to the finish edge. But gets in there. 10 points to Carl in round number 2.
And if you guys were curious about why Wirtual did say a keyboard advantage, it's because on ice, you want to do very sharp left and right movements. You don't want to steer a little bit. You want to steer all the way. So instead of having to adjust your thumb from all the way to the left side of your thumbstick to the right side, you can just go from left, right to the keyboard. And it actually is a little bit of an advantage. So keyboard players will usually have a little bit of an advantage on that flat ice sections of different maps.
And controller players, to answer to that, have started using the D-pad of the controller. Usually, a keyboard, Xbox controller or a PlayStation controller will have these buttons next to the analog stick, and they bind these to steer on ice specifically, because that's where digital input will be better. So they can play a bit, but it's still going to be slightly better on keyboard usually.
Yeah, it's easier to press right to left on a keyboard than it is moving your thumb from left to right, because you'll have like a split second where you don't press anything, right?
You will, and we again see the same positions. Carl in first, Kappa second, but this time Kappa gets a beautiful ice slide to go into first. Carl and Massa are trailing right behind him though, and Carl with a great and might snipe this one away, will do so with a 105.40, a fantastic time for Carl. And great round, actually, by all the players there. Just a fortunate mistake for OTAC.
Yeah, that was a great time by Carl Jr. If you guys are curious, the world record is by Papu with a 105.224. So we're only, we're actually less than 0.2 away from the world record with that time. And it is not a coincidence that Carl Jr., he made a mistake. As I was trying to praise him, a little bit of a Castro's curse coming in here from the booth. But going into the round, we have Massa, OTAC, and Kappa fighting really close to each other. And OTAC, once again, trying to get the lead here. Hopefully, he's not going to clip the outside again. The reason he did that is because he does a counter steer into a no slide, which increases his speed, right, Wirtual?
It does, but if you've never heard any of these terms, it just sounds so dank. And then, you know, there's a lot of tricks like that gain time. But he is making it work for himself here. Kappa with a mistake as well, so great opportunity for Otak. Only 6 points so far to come back in the match. He was first in round 1, missed this ice slide. If he releases the acceleration here, the car will lose grip, just like Massa did right there. You want to avoid that. And now Otak will be able to take a win here just ahead of Kappa. Carl Jr. getting third, and Massa with that ice slide out will at least get the 3 points.
Did you see the slide from Kappa behind Otak there in the ending? He went so inside, but did not slide out and got a perfect exit out of it. So there's a ton of intricacies, Chad, that goes into sliding on ice and the exit speed you get out of an ice slide. And basically what you want is you don't want to exit an ice slide by releasing. You want to exit an ice slide by continuously accelerating. And that's what he set himself up for, going with that inside line there from Kappa. So he did get closer, not quite enough to overtake, but a very, very clean last section there from Kappa.
And it basically, what that does is it requires entering with the exact perfect angle. That the car just exits the ice slide just how you want it to. Usually you have to release to get that, so it requires pixel perfect setup from Kappa to do that.
Okay, so heading into the first round of a pool slide. Pool slide is a little bit of a difficult map set in Prague. If you've been there, you might be able to see some of the scenery representing Prague here. And we have Otak once again trying to get the lead. All the players are going to be close to each other here in the start, though. Who do you think is going to do well on this map?
I think we will see a lot from Massa here. This is a map that he had the world record on going into the tournament with a 1:10.93. But it's also a map that really favors raw pace, and you see him pushing here up first. Carl Jr. trailing the field. We mentioned this map as one where you can take many different lines, and I think you will see that, especially in the next section where players are going to go across the water and dip their wheels into the water here. Now you have to manage the car with wet tires, and there's a lot of different lines for that. You can go outside this pillar or inside. Many players opting for the inside line. A quick drift setup to go into the identity. 3 of these turns in a row. You have to manage the speed perfectly to dive in and out of the water, and it's going to be Otak winning the first round here with a fantastic time. 1:11.22. Less than 3 tenths from the record.
Well played, Otak. More of that. I am not biased at all.
Your points are not at stake.
But that is well played. And now, just for Chad, it does look like they're just driving down into the water and out of the water, and it looks really easy. But it is so easy to slide out there. I played the map earlier today, and I was not able to get one clean water section. And if you slide out there, you are out of the match.
Yeah.
Just like that.
The way to think about it is, in order to avoid sliding out, your momentum has to be moving the same direction as the car. So if the car is pointing to the right, but your car is moving straight, you will slide. You have to match that perfectly. It sounds complicated, but they just know how to set up the car in a way where it's going to have full grip. But it's still very technical. Carl Jr. with a mistake here.
Yeah, he did a little bit of an oopsie there, but Massa, nice to see him on first. Hopefully he'll be able to maintain it. As you said, we're gonna see a few different lines coming in here. We have Kappa, who opts to land in a nose slide and then extend that nose slide all the way up throughout the turn, where the others land in a slight drift into a counter steer to make sure they don't slide too much here. Otak is trying to pressure Massa in the ending here, but he slides out a little bit, and I think Massa is going to be able to maintain it, but nice save there from Otak, not sliding out completely and still maintaining that second place position. Kappa coming in third, and Carl Jr. at fourth.
Yeah, and the pace this round, did you catch how fast that actually was? Were they getting faster and faster here? I don't know if they... Oh, they did actually beat the winning time from last time, 1:11.13 now by Massa. So a tenth faster than the previous, and that will be Massa taking the lead of the match. 37 points for him so far.
That's great. And also, you know, just to preface that, Massa does have the world record on this map. So it does make sense that he has great pace, because he has definitely put in a lot of practice going so wide. Massa, did you see that line from him going outside on the dirt, overtaking the rest of the field in that little full speed section. What an impressive line coming in from Masa right there. I didn't see that before. Maybe that's the thing that he's been practicing here recently. But that definitely propelled him from third up to first.
Yeah, Masa is one of the only players in the top 5 on the leaderboard that does that. So he's been working on that. It's very difficult. That's why the others don't do it. But it does gain a little bit. And that's why he's in first here. But he's chased so close by Kappa. That is a battle that will decide who gets 10 and who gets 6. Kappa on the wide setup for this next dive. And Masa will be sliding a little bit. Kappa has an opportunity here for more speed to take it away. It's going to be so close on the line. Kappa is second. Masa takes it by 100th there.
What a close ending there from Masa and Kappa. Kappa really tried to push it in, but was not quite able to. But what a great performance by both the players. They're driving awesome paces as well. It's nice to see. And Masa definitely showing us why he has the world record. He's driving incredible paces and with lines that are difficult to boot. So, yeah, just a great showing here on poolside.
Let's take a look at that setup again. After this water part, Masa wants to dive in really quick, set up wide left, and just go all the way up. Use the banking of the dirt turn here to build up a lot of speed, but not too much. He actually has to release here to avoid the car from shifting gear, because he's going to land in the lower gear anyways. So he's tethering right at where the car is about to shift, and then releasing to avoid that shift from happening. And it's faster. And that's how he gains a whole 300th of a second against the others. That's the level we're playing at. That's the only advantage you can maybe push for there. And now it's so close between all of them. Into the water slide. Otak going for a late drift setup. That is paying off big time. A 10th gain for him. And now the water turns remain. Kappa is out. It's maybe only Masa to chase, but he will also crash. And it looks like Otak has this.
Otak actually doing a little bit of an underdog story here and getting himself 10 more points and a new best time of 111.018.
Great stuff from Otak there to end the map. Looks like he has a lot of unrealized potential on the map. He did win the first round, then he had a second, a fourth, and a first to close. So could maybe have gone a bit better, but he will get at least 2 wins there, and that is very impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And you definitely want to get at least 1 or 2 wins on the map of your choice, right? This third map we're going to be playing is Slalom. Who was it that picked that again?
It could only be Mr. 305 Masa picking this one. It is a map where he has the world record throughout even last year's World Cup and the season before that. This was one of Masa's best maps altogether. It makes a return for this World Cup. It's a good moment for Carl too, since he won World Cup on this one. But I really think of Masa when I think of this map. When they played 6 laps in TMGL, he was just unstoppable on this. Now let's see what he can do in the 1-lap format here as they're going live in the first round.
Yes, did you say that Masa has the world record?
I think he does, if it hasn't been beaten.
He does. So that's the second map out of this 4-map map pack or 5 maps that Masa has the world record on.
Yeah.
So this looks like a really good map pack for Masa to get right now.
It's playing into his favor for sure. Now let's see if he can utilize it. I mean, he's already up in first before this started, so there's great opportunities here. Slalom, well, it's characterized by these slalom parts that you can see right here. This one in the uphill is very tricky to control, to build up the maximum amount of speed that you can hold into this left turn. And here you want to be very much on the right side starting the turn to avoid airtime. And the last slalom part is the most decisive. It is an ice uphill. Very hard to keep the grip here. You want to do a late turnaround, flick the car with a drift around the checkpoint, and then carry that speed. Masa is going to be leading ahead of Carl. Otak in third and Kappa in fourth, and the positions remain. Masa wins that one. The 1:03.60.
That is... that's a fast time, by the way. That's 0.3 away from world record, but also the players made it look so easy with the turnaround.
Oh, like, yeah, no, it's disgusting how easy they made that look. It is not at all easy.
And they all got it perfectly. I was like, what? Not a single one gonna do a mistake? Okay. But that was impressive. We might see some of the players slide out there because it is very easy to slide out or hit one of the sides as well. But as of right now, that is a showcase of how to do the identity perfectly from each and every single one of the players. Very, very nice to see. Now we have Carl Jr. up in the lead. going into a small dirt slalom and then an uphill slalom on some reactor boost. And it does look like he will maintain that lead. Otak with a little bit of a mistake, jumping down to 4th. How is Carl Jr. going to get it? I think he's going to do just fine jumping into the next section of the map.
Carl Jr. will be challenged here by Kappa as he makes some small blunders in his setup, but the ice identity will decide. We see Masa in 3rd, but he is very good at this to get the car around the corner. Will maybe have a bit more speed than Carl Jr., who is in 1st. This could be a snipe coming in on the finish line. Is it going to hold? Carl Jr. takes it just by 400ths, but masterfully done by both of them.
But it's great to see Masa really showing the performance. I think the fact that these 2 last maps have been Masa's world record maps is showing right now. Masa leading with 69 points, which is like 11 points ahead of Carl Jr. So that's very impressive. You can definitely see that Masa is happy with this map pack.
Yeah, for sure. It is going to come to forest climbing next though, which is Carl Jr.'s pick, and he was so good on that in the first match we saw. So that's something that Carl, I think, is waiting for here. But to touch a bit on that slide out in the ending, the reason it's so scary is that whenever the car shifts gear in an ice slide, the car loses grip. And since you're turning around so fast, the RPM jumps so high that it's about to shift gears. So the key to avoiding it is to do a slow rotation. But if you do that, you could go too wide. So you really just have to kick the car and hope to stay just on the right side of that limit to avoid it. You're gonna see it once again here. Carl Jr. leading ahead of Masa. They're gonna turn the car, but not too fast, hopefully. Keeping the gear and then building up speed down the hill. Carl Jr. again in 1st. Masa trying to get more speed, avoiding the lamp, avoiding any mistakes. Carl takes that round.
103.52. New leading time there coming in from Carl Jr. Once again, these times are definitely not slow. They're world-class pace time. Well, as you would assume from the World Cup, but like that is difficult to drive consistently.
Yeah, it's incredible how easy they make it look. You can see a gap starting to form on the scoreboard now. That is because Masa and Carl Jr. have gotten top 2 in the last 3 rounds. So together they are running away a bit from Otak and Kappa there. Kappa has also closed the gap a bit to Otak, but we're starting to see the top 2 make a little bit of a breakaway.
Yeah, but it is rough here to see Kappa. Hopefully he's going to be able to make it back up there, because it would be the 3rd time that he's in the bottom positions of a match. So hopefully we can see him push back up. Currently he is on 4th place as Otak and Carl Jr. are fighting. Masa does hit the pole, but somehow stabilizes his car and did not lose too much time, but is going to drop down to 4th. Carl Jr. and Otak fighting for the 1st place. Otak overtaking Carl Jr. in the ending. Is he going to be able to hold it? Does he have more exit speed? Maybe not quite. Carl Jr. once again getting a victory.
Oh, that is massive for Carl. This is where you start to see the dominance. 3 wins in a row, and Masa crashing at a respawn point makes him unable to finish. So that will make Carl take the lead of the match just ahead of his own map choice of Forest Climb.
Yes, I mean, there you go. Now let's see if Carl Jr. is going to show mercy or not on his own map choice. He's currently in the lead of the 4 players in the live rankings. And if he takes, 3 victories, 2 or 3 victories right here, he is sneaking up on that finals position already.
He is. Producer here has accidentally hit the wrong map preview button. This is the one we were going to watch, Forest Climb. A very grass-heavy map with a lot of plastic elements as well. And then, of course, the craziest identity I think I've seen in a World Cup, which is that last climb up between all these trees. And there are different approaches to do that. Carl Jr. has a great one that he used in the first match of the day. See if he can use it to his advantage here.
Yes. So, we're in the first round already, and Kappa and Carl Jr. here in the lead. Masa is also up there. All the players. The field is so close. 500ths of a second separating the entire field. Going up the magnet wall. They got to set up early to get the most amount of exit speed, and it does look like Masa and Otak do it really well, but do they have the exit speed? Carl Jr. coming from the back, slowly overtaking the rest of the field. Massa has a pretty good lead, and we're closing in on the identity soon.
We are, and Carl has somehow maneuvered all the way from last up until first and gained time out of thin air. Massa's holding on up in first, but now look at the different lines. Gonna go up through the checkpoint, get a lot of speed with that grip, and then the left side gap here through the checkpoint to carry that all the way up to the finish. Carl Jr., there's a reason he picked this map. He looks unstoppable on it. 10 easy points for Carl.
Coming from the back and then ending in the front. That is Carl Jr.'s mantra, apparently, on this map. That is an impressive ending there from Carl Jr. Let's see if he can do that one more time. Because if he's able to get that much speed out of the ending, he actually can afford to be a little bit slower. Maybe not slower is the right word, but more safe in the start, making sure that he gets the lines and not hitting those trees before the identity.
And I think what other players are seeing is, okay, we cannot beat this guy in the end. We have to try to gain something in the start to have a chance here. But this round, Carl is further up than he was last time. He's now battling for first. Massa's going for an inside line here, which gives him less speed across this grass section. And that is why we saw Carl last time and this time just slowly creep back up into the leading battle. This time Massa will have a bit more speed to work with, and he will still be in first place before the identity. But now, can he match Carl's crazy approach for this last part? Carl will clip a little bit. That's going to help Massa's case. But now the left side approach from Carl, straight up the hill, through all the checkpoints, getting the reactor booster. It's not going to be able to do anything with it for Massa. Otak gets third, but Carl, that's his 5th win in a row, Jnic.
That is impressive coming from Carl. Oh, dude. And the ending there is so clean. I don't know if you guys can remember, but we did see this exact map. I think it was last round. And the ending here is just incredible once you take that into comparison. And once you think about that Mime was consistently able to keep up and even beat Carl Jr. on this map, also just puts that into perspective.
It really does. And I mean, we're cooking with a whole different kind of oil right here. Carl Jr. seems to be a caliber above the rest, but this time Otak has a small starting advantage to work with. Different approaches come through. Kappa will be trailing the rest a little bit overall, but Otak's closer than he's been in the previous rounds, and we haven't seen him go toe-to-toe with Carl in the ending. This time he gets a chance to do that and see how he comes out of it. Can anyone beat Carl here?
Let's see if Otak can do it. He is the final player to give it a shot, and he actually gets a pretty good line, going a little bit wider. Carl Jr. going more straight up towards the finish, and that seems to be the trajectory that gives him like 0.1 there in the ending. And he does win, well, now for the 6th time in a row.
60 points out of 60 in the last rounds here. He's pulling away by a lot. Massa the closest, and he is 21 points behind. They will play until they reach 120 points here. Carl is 12 points away from that. And after you reach 120, you need to win one last round to secure your final position. So Carl looking very good for the win here.
Oh, absolutely. But it's also nice to see Massa is doing a really good showing, in my opinion. Both on this map, but on the previous maps as well. You can really tell that he's been practicing a lot, and it's good to see him show up to this degree versus these players.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about Massa as, in a lot of the time, as a less consistent player. He's had great pace, but he also crashes a lot to get there. But we're seeing a new Massa, I think, this tournament so far, as he crashes just as I talked about it. Otak's crashed out as well. It is Carl in first by 68 hundredths, and he will not fail his own line. But Massa, again, I mean, he didn't crash the worst, so there's that. It's more consistent than his opposition.
Did Carl Jr. won 4 out of 4 of his own map pick?
He did, 40 out of 40.
Okay, so he is now guaranteed to get a finalist position after next round if he manages to get into the finish.
Yeah, he will. It's confirmed. It will be Bobsled, I believe, as the random map. It does look like it. We haven't seen Carl on this, but we will get to.
Well, you would think that he's doing well as Bobsled is placed in Canada.
Oh, it is. No, we have seen him, I think. I remember that. We did see him in the first match. Yeah, we're in Toronto. We have the Toronto Tower in the background there. That's about all I know about Toronto, Jnic. Some Toronto houses, right?
I mean, Toronto is in Canada, and Canada houses Carl. Do you need to know more?
Oh, okay, but they have Carl Juniors over there, right?
Yeah, that's their main export.
We're getting into the round. Carl needs 2 points for finalist. The worst he can do is get 3 here, so he'll be all right.
Yes, he just needs to finish, and I think he would be able to do that. But the field is very tight here. Otak, the only outlier, a little bit behind the others, but is going to be able to get back on the ice section, if anything. But Kappa currently in the lead with Massa right behind. Carl Jr. also fighting for it. Massa getting a little bit more exit speed, and is now going to be able to overtake going into the ice section. Massa with a little bit of a wonky line, gets a slowdown, and now Carl Jr. on first.
Carl Jr. on first. That's a rare sight to behold, everybody. As we go into the ending here, Massa and Kappa are close, so maybe they can make something happen. Kappa with a lot of speed from out of nowhere, but he has to release to stick that landing, and will be Massa up in first. But here comes Otak out of nowhere. This flipped so many times. Otak takes that one, and it is Carl actually in last.
It is Carl in last, but he knew that he only needed to finish, so I don't think he's too fussed about it. He needs 1 victory now. Carl Jr. with the red F next to his name needs 1 more finish to close out the game before anybody else even reached 100 points.
Yeah, what a performance this has been from Carl. I think one of the most dominating matches we've seen. They did end this winning streak, though, at 7 rounds in a row, so they did put a stop to it, but now Carl just needs 1 more win here. The pace was good from Otak. They were driving quite close to the world record, about 4 tenths away. And I think Carl might struggle to beat a time like that if they keep it up. Massa has made a mistake. There's 2 players standing between Carl and getting his 3rd win on the day here. Absolutely,
and hopefully he can get it. As of right now, the numbers on the rankings actually look pretty satisfying if you just take a second to look at it. But with that being said, Carl Jr. is only 0.04 away from taking home this victory right now. Kappa trying to deny, but Carl Jr. getting such a fast ending. Might be overtaken here by Otak, but not quite, and Carl Jr. has now won with a 101.220.
Great stuff from Carl. We keep saying it, betting against him is a bad idea. You get to see it time and time again why. And still we fall for the same mistake. Carl Jr. is looking just as good this year as last year.
Yes, absolutely. And now that is the 3rd time in a row that Carl Jr. has won his match. And now we can take a look at the 3 other players. Massa, the only one who has crossed that 100-point threshold, but Otak right behind with 94 and Kappa with 81. Kappa will try again to fight his way back up. He's currently on first, really wanting to get some more points out of these matches currently because he has only been getting 4th. So hopefully he can fight his way back up, and he is doing it right now, getting first.
Yeah, it's been a good couple of rounds here for Kappa. Hasn't quite gotten the points for it yet, but he's driving fast, and this time might be the payoff. With Carl out of the field, this is a 10-pointer now, and just needs to keep the ending under lock and key. Good landing, both places, good setup. That's going to be Kappa taking, I believe, his first 10-pointer of the match, so this is important for Kappa right now.
That is also, by the way, 2nd place world time.
Right there, what an amazing run, yeah. That would have certainly beaten Carl as well.
Yes, that's the first sub 101 we've seen today, I think.
Yeah, it is.
So that is really good pace coming from Kappa, and that's what we need to see from him coming out for the last 2 matches right now.
It's the last round of this map. It looks like a great one for Kappa, and another win here would put him about on the same points as the others to reach finalists at the same time. You really don't want to reach it even just 1 round after them. Want to give yourself as many chances as possible here. Massa falling quite far behind, not able to keep up with Kappa's pace. Otak, though, just a car length away, chasing this one, and we'll see on the ice who gets the best of it, but This could be Kappa's comeback here. Finally, we've been waiting to see it. Maybe now's the time.
with an incredible transition right there. Such a smooth landing, getting more exit speed, but Kappa coming right back, and it's going to be up to the identity to see who's going to take it home there. Otak with a low jump, getting the exit speed that he needs, and he's going to be able to snipe that victory away from Kappa. Otak now with 110 points, together with Masa also 110 points, and then Kappa there right behind them, 97.
That's huge for Otak. His first round win in the last 12 rounds. Has been waiting patiently for that payoff. Gets it now just a little bit before the end of the match. And importantly, 110, if he wins right now, he goes instantly to finalist. Had he gotten second there, he would be 2 rounds away. So
yeah. So yeah, definitely important for Otak. Hopefully he can push out another victory. But definitely looking at Kappa for this one to see if he can jump his way back and hopefully get finalists together with the others. Maybe even a triple finalist situation. It is not unthinkable on this map.
And it is Otak's map choice here, New School. He did choose this when we started the match all those rounds ago. Now we're back here. Last time it was played, Otak won 1 round and Masa won 1. Kappa had 4 second places here when we started, so that was in part due to Carl Jr. though, winning a lot of rounds. Now he's out of it. Maybe Kappa could make the comeback happen here. So we go into the dirt. Want to set up wide for this outside line down the banking. And then an important no slide. You see the skid marks are apart. You want to bring them together since you're on such low speed on plastic to get a little bit more speed. Kappa's gotten off to a great start here, Jnic. Leading ahead of the others, and with Otak crashing, this is a 10-pointer on the table for him.
It is, and this is definitely a map style that Kappa would be comfortable with so much tech. Kappa has been driving Trackmania for a long time and been used to that tech, and just the map style that is this map style in previous tournaments is where Kappa shines as well. Seeing if he can get this last ice slide in. Masa trying to push it here, going really tight. Not quite enough, and Kappa will be taking that 10-pointer home, denying both Masa and Otak the finalist position.
That is massive for Kappa. It buys some time, and speaking of time, what a great run that was. 105.30 is close to the world record, which is 0.22 by Papu. So Kappa is showing up big time here, really putting pressure on the others now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's great because he is now getting pretty close to that finalist position together with the others. Now, Otak is the only person outside of Masa that can avoid getting the finalist position. If Otak doesn't get second, if Otak gets third, he's not going to be able to be a finalist. So Kappa is going to be looking to deny Otak, but Masa will 100% get finalist in this round.
Yeah, it would be so important here for Kappa that Masa holds second place if Kappa wins. Buys him as much time as possible. Kappa's doing his part right now, but needs to hope that Masa holds on. It's such a close race between all of them. Otak just 2 tenths behind the others. That's nothing. Before the ice, where we saw Masa do a great ending last time. This time he slides out, and Otak will then reach finalist. So now a lot of pressure put on Kappa. He has to deny them both for 2 rounds in a row.
But he did just win 2. Didn't he just win 3 times in a row? I think
he's won 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, but in the previous map, did he not win like?
He had one
or
win
2 times there in the ending.
No, he had 1 win. Otak won the last.
Oh yeah, okay, but he has 2 wins in a row right now, so he can show up, and definitely. On a map like this, where he shines, he has, I feel like, the best opportunity to do so.
Yeah, he has the 2 rounds he needs on this map that he's driving fast on. He's beating the winning pace of the last time this was played by about 1/10 of a second consistently. And that was when Carl was winning the round, so Kappa really showing up right now, but he cannot afford a single mistake if he wants that second place, which he desperately needs for the overall standings. Has to fend off both Masa and Otak here in their finalist attempt. He's doing so right now, just by 200ths of a second before the ending the ice slides. We know Masa's fast there, The reason he slid out is because he risked it all, and if he does that again, Kappa might be in trouble. Here we go, they're all coming up for the ending now.
Oh, and they're so close to each other. Less than 0.1 separating the players right here. And Massa with the exit speed almost overtaking. Who's going to get the best last ice slide here? Will Kappa be able to overtake? Almost. Massa did get that final snipe in. And now getting the second place here on the third match.
With a new world record at that. 1:05:20 beats the time from Papu. And there's a reason Kappa could not beat that. That's an incredible time for Massa to clutch it out as finalist. And here we go for the 1v1 to decide this match.
Wow, that is incredible. And you know, when Massa needed it, he did clutch out that world record. And that is now another world record he can put in his pocket out of these maps. I think he has 4 out of 10 maps. He has the world record on the official leaderboards.
Yeah, great stuff.
It's crazy.
We see Otak here falling a bit behind Massa in the opening. There was about a 2/10 gap, and that will remain. Kappa has a chance at least not getting the third. Last place in a row, and I think that will become a reality here. We see Otak hitting the inside wall of that tech turn, giving Kappa about a 1 second advantage here to work with, 2 seconds at that. So Kappa hopefully will avoid the triple loss, but you also have to feel like he had more potential in this match that he could not realize. So maybe he can bounce back in the next one.
Yeah, he definitely showed that he had more potential in the previous couple of maps. Maybe he just started a little bit late, had some bad rounds. Everybody has bad rounds, but it's good to see him bounce back right now, getting that third position.
Absolutely is, and that will be the match. Carl Jr. winning in dominating fashion, winning 7 rounds in a row in the middle there, and showing why he is the greatest of all time. Massa with a great performance as well, clutching out when it matters. Kappa could perhaps do better, and very unfortunate for Otak, though I think we can say he did play a great match as well, just didn't get the reward for it, really.
Yeah. But I mean, it is a shame seeing Otak. He did really have a good start to the maps, unfortunately, getting that 4th place. I don't know how he stands in the standings as of right now, but I do think he also needs a little bit of the points as well. He might be pushed out of the top 8 now.
Yeah, I think Otak with that, and with as we get the results from the other matches as well, we'll update you guys on where the players stand after 3 of the 8 qualifying rounds have been played in this World Cup. Let's take a look here as we scroll the bracket, can lean you guys in. So it looks like our match is actually the only one that has concluded, whereas match 4 is live right now with 0 winners. So I think what we are going to do is jump into that one rather than checking the results right now. And then update you guys later.
Match 4 actually had a triple finalist, if I read chat right.
Oh,
so might be a double
we gotta be
now.
quick about this.
Yeah.
Let's jump in. All right, see what we got.
Yes.
Loading us in. It's triple
They're getting
finalists.
really close to it. It's not quite triple finalist. Mudda with 118 points. Tween with a finalist situation. Then Grenadi 104 and Bren with 116. They're all getting really close to it right now.
Oh, and we are on Volt Holes. Interesting stuff. Cool to see Tween doing so well in this field. And yeah, another World Cup. He is the player that has been on the podium the most times without winning. 4 times second place, 2 times third. Just maybe this could be Tween's year. This is one of his better maps. He picked it when we watched him play last time, but he is facing tough competition. Look at this, they're all ahead of him, despite how strong we saw he was in the previous match, Jnic. This could really go any way here.
But Bren does seem to have a pretty good lead, 0.1 ahead of the rest of the competition right here. Mudda is trying to push really hard and actually almost gets that first place position. Tween also getting up there, but getting overtaken once again. Bren in the lead. He only has a couple of more jumps to make it in. Grenadi with a mistake. Bren, only person ahead of Tween. Can he deny him that victory as of right now? It does look like he do so beautifully with a last jump right there. 118.213 from Bren.
Look at what that does to the scoreboard, though. It will be triple finalist, as foretold.
Called it. Now we just need Grenady to win 2 times in a row.
If Grenady takes 2 rounds in a row, this is historic. We had it once last World Cup with the quad finalist, but you almost never see it.
But we'll have to see what shakes up right now. Grenady is in the fight for it, though. Currently 2nd place, fighting with Bren for that first really nice turnaround there from Grenady. And he's going to have a lot of exit speed going into this right-hander. They're going to extend the drift right here, and their aim is to get as little airtime as possible. You can see just how low Bren goes, accidentally clipping a little bit, and that's going to be it for Bren this round. Grenady in first.
And now Bren just has to hope that Grenady can deny the others. Grenady has the best time set on this map by these 4 players right now, so he could play denial, but Tween is right there with him, just a 10th behind, and we saw Grenady fail to jump the last time on the identity. Tween is now just waiting, hoping for a mistake, anything he can capitalize on. Gonna go for a more inside approach here. Grenady will actually extend then with more speed through the checkpoint, 0.2 ahead of the others, but we have the identity to go, and Grenady has an awkward setup to deal with. Tween will have way more speed than Grenady, and he's gonna come like a freight train through and take over the lead from Grenady with 1 jump to go. They're side by side. Who's gonna take it? Will it be Tween? No! Tween misses the jump, and Grenady does deny the win.
Now, a thing I noticed right there in the ending, great race there by Tween and Grenady. But in the ending, Tween does this drift, very, very small drift before the jumps in the bolt holes, that actually increases his speed compared to the other players. That's why he had so much more exit speed. I think it might be risky because it's such a small drift, but in Trackmania, the less you drift, the more speed you will preserve for the exit. So I think that's where he actually gained a lot of time.
Yeah, and also just the diagonal jump. Think about this. The more diagonal you jump there, the more distance you travel. So the more time the car has to dip down with gravity. So you can carry more speed by jumping diagonally, because if you just go straight at it, you'll jump too high and crash. So it's really, really precise. Tween is doing that incredibly well to carry that speed. And it's so unfortunate that it wasn't enough to actually win it.
Yeah, but it was so close. If he didn't crash, I still don't know who would have won. They were neck and neck by that ending. But as of right now, Tween is very, very close, yeah.
And Grenady is in first. He could actually make the quad finalist happen. Has been on a hot streak on this map and is leading the charge into the ending. Tween crashes. Has to hope for the Grenady win. Grenady will not make the jump. It looks like, oh, it actually is Bren crashing. Grenady barely dodges all the obstacles. And will we have it, Jnic? I think the quad finalist is a reality.
And also with a new best time on this match here, 1:18.028. Great time there from Grenady. And we have ourselves a quadruple finalist situation here, guys. That is amazing. Will you start taking it away, Virtual?
Yeah, this is rare. Let's first see which map it is here, because this is important. It will switch right as we get all players with a red badge. What are we gonna duke it out on? It's going to be Red Landing. A great map for Tween. A great map for... well, I don't actually know the pace of either Mutta or Bren on this.
No, we haven't seen them.
No, we haven't.
And this is the first time, yeah, that I think it's the first time we've seen Mutta today as well. So it's going to be interesting. They have about 10 seconds of warm-up before they're going to jump straight into a quadruple finalist situation where winner takes the 4 points.
Yeah, and these are 4 very important points to get. Look, let's take a look at how they started out. You really want to optimize your steering in the first bobsleigh already. Mutta is wiggling.
He's wiggling, of course he is.
And that will gain you a little bit more on the ice as you have more grip while doing it. He did this in the regular season as well on Clock Tower. Surprised everyone with the ice wiggle. Gains about 300th there, but is going to be in second place for now. Grenady with the best start so far. Here we go on to the sausage block. You want to have a very inside approach around the pillars and then set up for the jump across the slow motion block here. Do not touch it at all costs. Oh, we have a crash from Tween. He's out of the race right now. 3 players remain to fight for it. Mutta makes a mistake. It's Bren versus Grenady with 2 bobsleigh turns and the ending jump to go.
Yeah, and this is going to be really close. 0.1 separating the players here. Who's going to get the best couple of jumps here? We've seen Grenady jump a little bit high on the second jump, but he goes so low this time. Straight onto the boosters. That's going to be a great showing there from Grenady. Is Brent going to go back? He is not going to be able to do so. Mudda is getting closer, but I think Grenady is going to be able to take this quadruple finalist home for himself.
What a clutch from Grenady. He won 2 rounds in a row against 3 finalists to put himself into finalists. And then he's the one to win the quad finalist round. That's amazing.
That is incredible showing there from Grenady. Also winning himself the first match of the day for himself. That's great showing. He also just had the momentum, you know? He had the momentum from the 2 previous wins on the other map there. It's great to see.
But it's such a good delivery as well. Really looking good here, Grenady, in his first World Cup against 3 veteran players. Let's take a look at the next round, because the action remains. Triple finalists still to duke it out for 3 points in second place here.
Yeah.
Tween in the lead.
Yeah, Tween is gonna be pretty good on this map as of currently. He needs the ending down though, because I've seen him do a couple of mistakes there, but he does do so very well right now, so that's all good. Mudda almost making that same mistake as he did before, but he maintains it, and it's only gonna be 0.2 behind Tween, but Tween is in the lead going into the identity.
Tween will have a small lead. We saw Bren do a really good turn here last time, but Tween has about a 2/10 gap to work with. Want to land right around the middle. Looks like Tween has the best landing out of the players. Bren side by side with him on the final jump here. Looks like Tween will have the best line into the last checkpoint. Bren comes ahead with more speed to take that one away with an amazing time. 109.20. When it matters is clutch.
Yeah, coming in clutch from Brent. And it is all about that last jump. The further back you land on the red booster in the last jump, the more booster you're of course going to get, which is going to propel you so much faster. Since it's a red booster, in Trackmania there's a couple of different boosters. There's a yellow and a red one. And the red one gives you a ton of speed very fast. So the more you get of it, even if it's just half a card length, actually translates into quite a lot of speed.
And a bit surprising then to see Mudda, who, you know, won his first match, got second in the second, now duking it out for third and potentially last. This is important for the overall standings. Also, Tween, who's had an amazing day, now down in the bottom 2 positions. See who gets the best of it here in this last round. Tween coming back here through the plastic part, able to overtake Mudda, touching a little bit of the water though, which will give him slightly less speed, and that's why Mudda is going to overtake on the ice here. But it's so close before the last jump, and here, that half a car length on the red booster will matter more than ever.
Yeah, let's see who gets the best landing here on the second booster. Mudda with a little bit of a jump, and unfortunately, he's gonna bounce out. And now Tween can just cruise it into the finish, taking that third place, and Mudda will have to settle for fourth.
Unfortunate there, but it's about, you know, getting it when it matters. Tween gets the third. But what an ending to that match it was. I'm glad we were able to catch it. And,
yeah, quadruple finalist situation is always amazingly exciting to watch. And that also means since all of the players got as many points as possible, that means that this is probably the final match to get concluded, and we should be able to see the standings.
That isn't something you guys see too often, I'm gonna tell you that. The quad finalist is a rare occurrence, but wow. Good stuff. Let's update the leaderboard page and see what we have. I'm looking for it right now. All the matches have... don't know if we have results for match 3 yet. Completely, but I'll pull it up. So round 3 starts here. Carl Jr. won, Massa in second, Kappa third, Otek fourth. We saw this one. Mime beat Hack actually in match 2.
Okay.
That is very impressive.
Did Mime win the last round as well?
Did he? Yes, he did.
So Mime is now gonna be
11 out of 12.
Tied. Yeah, he's gonna be tied with Pack now as well.
Yeah, they're both at 11 points. Carl is a clean 12 out of 12. I also think Grenady is actually on a really good score. 2 wins and a third will put him at 9. I think that's one of the highest that we have. Aurel is doing well too, yeah.
I was about to say, good seeing Aurel bounce back after that first loss. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see how these players they're gonna prepare for tomorrow as well. So we have one more match today, right?
We do have round 4 coming up with these matches here. Carl, Gwen, Papu Tween, Hack, Massa, Grenadi, and Miquatro, Uffy, Brent, Kappa, and Mime, and Mara is basically a 1v3 here against the French players, Aurel, Vinx, and Otak in match 4.
Okay, so which map? We talked about the Afi match,
yeah, we
right?
want to see Uffy, I think, because we haven't seen him today. We saw Bren, who looked amazing. We got to see Mime as well, and we got to see Kappa. So it's going to be a great match, I think. Let's update here and see if we have the leaderboards themselves now up to date. Looks like they are not yet. Perhaps we were waiting. Oh, we do have the result now. Miquatro 3rd, Papu 4th in match 3.
Okay. I see. But still, though, Papu has been doing pretty well the other matches, hasn't he? He's been doing fine, right?
Papu has been, I think, had a bit of a rough patch, getting last 2 times now, and then earlier on, he, if we go up, he did get, oh, he's at 3, wait.
Oh my god.
Has Papu lost 3 times? Oh, that is rough for Papu.
That is unexpected from a veteran player.
I mean, of course, someone will have to get last, but that really hurts to see, yeah. Papu, you know, he had a really rough preparation for the tournament in that they played the Serrator Cup and they did not qualify past quarterfinal to play on stage in the final one. But then he won the qualifier for World Cup, and, you know, things were looking up, but that is, ooh, yeah. Let's see if he can come back from that in the last round. He will be playing against Glenn Carl Jr. Tween, so not the easiest matchup there.
Did Binks went from a win to a loss, right?
He did. Did he? No, he did not win. I think he got 2nd.
Oh, he got 2nd. Okay, but he's not doing too bad either then.
No, he's all right. I think around the middle. Very curious to see the final standings. Also, to the people wondering, we're not playing Cup of the Day today. I know it might be going on. We're going to do our own Cup of the Day later on. It's called Happy Birthday because it is the 2-year anniversary of Trackmania. So if you want to see the map, we can maybe show it here. We'll do our own little cup on this later on for the stream.
But it is like, what better way is there to celebrate the 2-year anniversary than kicking off the World Cup, right?
Well, you say that, but it's Cup of the Day, Jnic. It's happening right now. We can't miss that.
How do you miss something that happens every day, dude? You're so...
I'm sorry.
I'm so mad at you, honestly, right now.
But yeah,
I can't believe it.
Field's Birthday Man to Trackmania was released 2 years ago. And there's some stats. 1,200 Cups of the Day played so far, but every single one is very important. 35,000 community items created. Oh, there's a lot of cakes.
Wait, did you say 1,200 Cups of the Day?
Yep, because the reruns.
Oh, okay. I was like,
reruns, yeah.
something doesn't add up here.
There's more stats inside the birthday cake. Wait, this is a meaty cake. I think it said 99 million personal bests achieved. Is that a real stat? That's crazy. Wait, let's go inside here. Yeah, 99 million personal best records.
Oh
we gotta
my
get it to
God.
100. 125,000 skins. 700 tracks in a day.
God.
And 282,000 tracks created. That's pretty good.
Okay, so, and still, I keep getting the worst ones in the RMC.
Yeah, right? Right? What's up with that? What's up with the khaki maps in RMC when there's 280k maps?
Yeah, exactly. Where did they...
Someone explain that.
But
that's
yeah,
a nice cake.
Yeah, that's cool. Awesome stats as well.
We should get cake after this, Jnic.
I mean, I'm down. You, cake baking stream?
No, like, just get cake. Baking it is too... I'm gonna mess it up. But I want cake now.
What is there to mess up?
Do you not know how to mess up a cake? You could put it in the oven too long. You could use the wrong ingredients. We have a...
But then That sounds like very not specific for cake.
Well, I don't know. I'm able to mess up
That
chicken,
means that you would just be scared of all food.
Well,
but we can buy a professional grade cake from like
the way you say grade, it's like military grade cake. Just like the the highest grade cake possible.
In my mind, when I think of grade, I think of like Pokemon cards graded like a 10, pristine something.
Oh yeah, like that, like a PSA 10. By the way,
that's just because I'm apparently way more nerdy.
Yeah, if you're wondering on how it's looking for the players right now, this is where they're at. They're gonna play on stage on Sunday, but this is what it's looking like from the venue itself. So you can have a look at this. This is Grenady just warming up, I think, for the match. So this is how he plays the game. This is the internal camera. He doesn't see his car all the time. And then he switches to keyboard for the ice.
It is... I mean... Okay, so two things. First things first, it's really good that he's not playing on the same table as anybody else, because the entire table shakes when he does the steering.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I think...
He flicks it. You see the bottle. Yeah, he flicks it so hard.
Yeah, and I think the table is kind of tiny. Like, it might not be as robust as the table at home. So, I mean, there might be some shaking that he's not used to.
You know what I'm terrified of seeing this?
What?
The red button for the power outlet. I remember in the computer room at school, I accidentally touched one of those with my foot, turned off all the PCs for everyone who was working in elementary school. The red button there, if someone accidentally hits it, it's just lights out.
Accidentally.
Why is that there? They should not use these power outlets.
I mean, isn't it just so you can turn them off when you go out of the house?
Well, I don't know why it's there.
I mean, so that you don't give power to the things you don't want power, instead of unplugging everything.
Okay, fair, but that is scary. I would not do that. The players here, if you aren't familiar, this is Grenady. This is Papu in the right. And then it's a bit hard to see in the small window. That is Papu. And then you have Otak here, and that is Gwen in the back there. We can maybe have a look at the Twitter feed to see if there's more posts. Maybe there's also posts from people that are at the venue. Yeah, here. There's another player cam where we see Otak in cam 3, Papu in camera 2. And then this is Bren in camera 1. I imagine it's so tense to sit in the same room as your opponents like this. Because they're used to playing so much online.
I wonder if any of the... So, of course, these are all professional players, so I'm assuming they don't rage too much. But, like, it would be weird winning against an opponent and they just, you know, like, or something.
Yeah. Mime is listening to his Bangers for World Cup playlist. Yeah, he's ready.
Nice.
He's got... I can't even see what's on there. But I know he usually listens to rap while he's playing. Some rap music.
Getting the bangers in.
Yeah.
He's still able to hear the gears, though, because otherwise he would not be able to play like he's playing.
For sure. This is Pack winning his match.
Yes! Come on!
Get in! He gets it. Giga Chad?
Yeah, he is, why they're sitting in what type of chairs?
Yeah, these just look like regular... At least they have armrests. But they're not like gaming chairs that you're used to at home, you know? Like recliner chairs or anything like that. It's pretty... It looks like they have wheels, actually. That's weird. You see that?
Do they have wheels?
Yeah, it looks like...
It might.
That's a weird... I haven't seen that before. But yeah. Yeah, no, I need armrests. If I don't have armrests, I cannot play.
Yeah.
And I think... I know for controller players, this is another thing. Is like, do you have the controller over the desk or under the desk when you play? Because if you're used to under the desk and you can't do it here, that might be something.
That's true. I would assume that most players are used to it under. Yeah, like that. Exactly. Because why would you use energy to like... That's also why I'm so confused when ads Sometimes in ads or in videos or in movies, people sit them
They
like
sit
this.
like this so you can see the controller.
And nobody
yeah.
plays like this. It doesn't exist.
It's a weird way to play the game. The only people who play like that are people like me when I'm facing off against Jnic and Mudgy's mom in Mario Party. That's when you play like that.
Oh my god. The gamer positions that Virtual sits in when he plays Mario Party against like just people that don't care. Dude. But it's funny. It's funny.
It was intense. This is when it was quad finalists, Ken was saying, and they were all gathered to watch it. Yeah, no, I was taking it serious. Here's how we randomized the 5th map.
Oh yeah, Maji got so mad at you because you stole her star, right?
She stole all my coins. Let's not talk about it.
But then you stole all. No, then you made her lose all her coins, and then you stole her star.
Deserved.
Oh yeah, okay.
She chose the path of war by stealing my coins. No, and I get that. But she was defeated. This is yeah, some more pictures from the venue. We will see them on stage on Sunday. That's when we have the camera feeds. I know people have been requesting that. But yeah, looking very intense here for Mutta.
Wait, doesn't Mutta usually have glasses on?
He does.
That's weird to see him without glasses.
That's true. Maybe he uses contacts?
It must be the air in Australia where you have to use
there's spiders in the air.
You need to make sure you don't get spiders in the eyes, so you gotta wear glasses. So
that's
now
fair.
he's in Europe.
Honestly,
and he's fine.
that's all right. That's fair. Let's see then, guys. We have round 4 coming up very shortly. And the match we are preparing to watch is the one between Afi, Bren, Mime, and Kappa. I think we should have the overall standings updated now so we can show you guys those before the match begins and what this would mean for those standings. Yes, we do. Want to guess who's on top, Jnic?
I have at least one qualified guess.
Okay.
Oh, I was right. That's crazy.
Oh, that's wild. Yeah, Carl Jr., 12 out of 12 points. Hack and Mime at 11. Grenadier on 10. And then Mutta on 8. Arel 8. Masa 8. Tween 8. And then on 7 points, you have Afi, Bren, and Otak. 6 points for Gwen. And then Binks, Miquatro, Kappa, and Papu to round out the board.
Let's see. Yeah, Otak did get pushed out. Did you notice that, like, even there's only one French player left in the top 8?
That's actually crazy, yeah. Yeah, I see that now. A lot of them have not gotten off to a good start. Make it a bit bigger so you guys can see. And what this match that we're about to watch then will mean for the players is a chance at climbing up into the top, especially for Bren, Afi, and Kappa, who are right, you know, beneath the green spots, and Mime here. If he wins another one today, he's looking very good to qualify on day 2.
Oh, absolutely. If Mime wins right now, I think he can relax a little bit on day 2. Yeah, he doesn't have to win every time.
15 out of 16 points. I mean, how many do you realistically think you need to qualify for day 2, right?
Okay, so how many matches are there in total?
There's a total of 8 matches, so 32 is the maximum score you can get.
Okay, so I would say if you get... Okay, boom, boom. 18 points, I would say you're fine.
I think more it's like if you cross like 22, 24 points around there, I think you're good. Over 20 should be like... But I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's very difficult to say, but like... Okay, so if there's... Okay. 8 matches. 32 points. Half of it, if you get around 2nd or 3rd every match, you'll be at 16 points, right?
Yeah.
And that should be the median, right?
You're asking a person who's not known for being a mathematician. The chat knows, I think. Chat, you guys are smart. Tell us where we're wrong, and let's also make our predictions for the next match.
Oh, 20 average, because it's 2.5 times 8? Why is it 2.5 times 8?
Wait, is the prediction still not paid out after the... Wait, did we not pay you guys points for the last match yet? Okay, we gotta do that. Carl Jr. did win that one. And let's start a new one. Who will win? So we have Offie, Bren, Mime, and Kappa. You guys get 5 minutes to bet your points. Jnic, what's your call?
All right, so this time I will predict and I will announce my prediction.
Okay.
Okay, so I will go not all in. But god damn it, guys, why do you all bet on Mime? Okay, I will not pick Mime then. You know what? I believe in that Kappa found his flow in the last match.
That's I think a cool bet to make. Looking at the players, I do think Offie's gonna take it.
You think Offie's gonna take it?
Yep. My guess is Offie. Due to past performances, I will say. He's one of the players that I think might make it to the finals this year. He's looking very, very strong. Especially in, you know, in the TMGL fall season where he got second, and in mid-season invitational where he won. So players are getting warmed up here. We're getting picks and bans through, and I'll tell you guys what we have as soon as I know. Looks like the following. Mime has picked Forest Climb. Kappa picked Bobsag. Bren picked New School. Offie picked Slalom, and the random map was Heart. So Forest, Bobsag, New School, Slalom, and Heart. I think a really good map pack.
Yes. The Heart one is one I look forward to every time because it is so close every time. But Bobsag has quickly become one of my favorite maps due to the ending.
I really like Slalom. I think Slalom is such a classic at this point. Especially that last ice downhill is so exciting when they're going up for it and then they just cleanly all get the turnaround and push for speed down the hill. It's amazing to watch. But also curious how Mime is so fast in this map. He was quicker than what we saw Carl do, and Carl looked unstoppable. So,
I just realized I had 3 seconds of technical difficulties. Definitely not my fault for joining the wrong server, so just give me a second.
Okay, we can excuse that it sent you to the wrong server accidentally and you did not get it wrong.
I'm
That's
sure
alright.
It was the cats.
Okay, we can blame the cats. I am down for that. Yeah, let's see how Mime handles the identity. He's jumping over it right now. Probably listening to the Spotify playlist that we saw. And having a good time. Bangers
Definitely.
to win World Cup 2.
Oh, that is his. That is definitely his playlist.
So he's a proponent of the wide setup, actually.
Yeah, I just noticed that he goes over the corner there. Do you think that's faster than Carl Jr.'s straight approach?
I don't... Okay, to me, it would not make sense why it's faster. I think Carl's uphill approach is more direct than what Mime is doing here.
You also have to set it up later, I guess.
You would, yes. You take an uphill early, but then you're more straight up. We can maybe look at this a bit more in detail if we put the camera there. The part in question is right here through this checkpoint, where Carl Jr. will go to the left of that tree where the British flag is, right here, whereas Kappa and Mime and others are going to the right of it. And the question is really, you know, what's the fastest?
And I do get why you would say that the outside line is the fastest. Not the outside line, but the one to the left of the tree. Because it does look like you can get the most straight line towards the next section of the map, which would preserve more speed. But, I mean, it also depends on your entry angle.
I think Carl is also the only player that we've seen using it today. I don't think we've seen a single other player do it. And sometimes with lines, it is that they don't know about it. But with how much practice they've put into it, I think they must have spotted it and just considered it too hard to pull off reliably.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna do a pretty baller move and bet 50,000 on Kappa.
You're going in 50k for Kappa. Okay. Let's see how the prediction will unfold as we are about to start the match here. The last match of the day for these players. Important one for mine to try to get towards the top. Offie and Bren are right below the green spots, the players that will get into the semifinals. And for Kappa, this is, I think, now or never, Jnic, to start the comeback. If he gets, you know, 5 wins in a row and he gets 20 points out of that, it's still possible to come back, but you gotta start sometime. You gotta start right now, I think, as we get into the first round.
You definitely got to start right now for Kappa, but we did see him close out that last match with 2 victories in a row and getting that 3rd position, so he might be able to get back here, but we have seen Mime be so fast here on forest climbing, so it's definitely not easy to get some first places here, but if anybody can do it, it is Kappa. Going into the downhill, you want to be able to get as much exit speed as possible. Mime seems to do it really well here. Kappa going for a more inside approach. Is that going to give him more exit speed? It does not quite look like it, but he does maintain a steady 2nd place. Only 0.1 behind Mime. The only one to really keep up with him as we go into the identity.
Mime's had so many fast starts here. Does it again. Kappa able to keep up, though. And here in the uphill, he's going to push more. In the early part, they both crash the check, but allowing Bren to overtake them both. Will he hold on to that lead in the last couple of steps here? Mime's getting closer and closer and closer, but Bren holds on to that. And what a crazy double crash that was to allow the overtake.
That is a little bit of a funny crash. It is due to the nature of the downwards reactor boost. It can be really difficult to adjust your lines, especially when you're flying around like you do there at the ending. So a few crashes can happen, but it was nice seeing that both Mime and Kappa have really good starting lines there, starting times, and hopefully Kappa can keep it up, because that is the pace that he needs to bring for the rest of the round here.
He really does need to play at that level. Starting off with a 4-pointer is not too bad. Still time to a lot of time to make things happen, but you don't want to start, you know, not feeling it. So a crash like that can put you off your rhythm. I'm going extremely close to the wall, that underwater part, but it's Offie with the lead now, who had a small mistake last time. This is when we get to see his true potential, and he is able to beat Mime in the start. But now the uphill climb begins. Mime pushing that first step, setting up great for the second one. What car control we are witnessing right here as he just extends that lead. Kappa crashing in the uphill, and it will be Mime winning ahead of Offie. And I think it will be Kappa in 3rd, despite the mistake. But what a time, Jnic. Mime looks so good on this map.
Yeah, Mime does really look good on this map. What was that, 1:00.6?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. That's tied for 2nd place world.
It's so crazy fast.
So, yeah, he's definitely putting the pedal to the metal, pressing B for boost and all the other stuff that you used to do when you want to go fast. Mime showing us just how to do that, but Kappa is not giving up as of yet. He is fighting for the top positions here together with Offie and Bren. Mime is in the back this time, 0.1 behind the field, but it does not matter. He is going to be able to get back up here as we see him just tremendously boost himself ahead of the field, and he's now going to be in front. Bren having maybe a little bit more exit speed, but Mime really showing just how much speed he has on this map.
Offie also coming back across that grass patch after the underwater part. Seems to be a place where he consistently gains, and he's right up there now. Again, this is where Mime just uses all the space so nicely on the staircase, building speed, maneuvering left and right, and Offie going for that Carl Jr. approach. He's actually found it himself, and he uses it to win the round against Mime, answering right back, and we have 2 players using that now.
That is interesting to see that line, the Carl Jr. line there, as you called it, seems to make him get back into it. Like, it does seem to be faster, honestly.
My brain cannot wrap my head around how it would be slower. I think it's just, it looked very shaky to control. I think it is a difficulty thing. But with all the difficult tricks Mime is already doing, I don't see why not add this one to the list, is also what I'm thinking. But then again, it's if it's working already, and if you get 11 out of 12 points already, you're not doing anything wrong. I think
no, that's it. And Afi might just realize that that is just the risk he needs to take to get that win. So,
because if Mime drives this fast for the rest of the map, like, do you need to risk that line? Look at this lead he time and time again gets in the start.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Mime probably knows that he has some wiggle room there at the ending, and if he sees a more consistent safe line, ooh, Afi with a little bit of a mistake there, and Kappa is now going to be the only one who can contest Mime. It does not look like he's going to be able to get that first place, but Kappa definitely is able to hold his second place, and he needs those 6 points as well.
A very important 6 for Kappa. It looks like a close battle here, actually, for the third and fourth, despite being 6 points behind. Bren takes that 6 seconds behind, and Afi gets fourth there after that mistake. So Mime there, 32 points out of 40 possible on the first map. Good start for him.
Yes, definitely a good start from Mime, but we have seen Mime be very, very strong today. One of the strongest players in the entire entirety of the 16 players that are playing. Currently, he's on second place as well, right?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. It's amazing for his first World Cup. I think a lot of people had questions how he would fare on LAN, you know, in his first event against all the big established names. He's delivering on, you know, over-delivering on what people could have imagined he could perform on, at least in the group stage.
Yeah. But now going into this Bobsack map, definitely a tricky map. There's a lot of technical control you have to have of your car, not to mention the ending where you have to drive on a bobsleigh, like left and right, slinging between the sides to avoid the obstacles. Very, very difficult section, but Kappa seems to be ahead of the field here in the start.
He is the person who picked the map as well. This is the one that he wanted out of the available pool. And we saw him almost beat the world record in a round earlier, so knows he can do well here. But the others are able to follow. Mime and Bren only 10th behind. We see the different setups. Kappa going for that wide ice slide. Looks like the others catch up temporarily, but Kappa should have more exit speed here for the entire ending section. That is why he goes for that setup. Lands better in that downhill and can hopefully build that speed, but Bren is giving him a challenge to fight here with a better ending. Bren will take this one away and get 10 points for himself with a really fast time.
Yeah, a 101.097. That is a fast time. That is just behind the top 3 time there. And I think the ending there, he lands smoothly on the downhill in the bobsleigh. That propels him forward so much, where Kappa didn't quite make it all the way over there. And it is a difference between, ooh, Kappa with a huge mistake in the start. And that's going to send him all the way back in the field. Hopefully he's still going to be able to finish, though. He does need those points.
He really does. Now, Mime, Afi, and Bren. Afi seems to be struggling a little bit with the pace here. Both rounds, he's been about 0.3 behind the others out of the start. Curious to see if he can keep up with them in the next one, but it is a 1 versus 1 for the win. Bren versus Mime. Both players trying to land as early as possible and both going for the inside ice approach. You just want to carry enough speed to carry the gear here. It's the most important thing. Bren has more speed than Mime, and that could be an overtake waiting to happen in the bobsleigh. Gets a better setup for both turns here. Does he land good enough, though? Mime might be coming back on this, and he will, to take the lead, but is Afi gonna snipe it? Oh my god, what a comeback!
What a crazy comeback there from Afi. Okay.
He just had a bit more speed, and that was enough to do it.
Yep. But that, like, it accumulates there up the uphill. It really does. But yeah, I mean, Mime can afford to lose those 4 points. He's still in the lead with 41 points ahead of Afi with 36. Kappa there in the back with 26. But we're only talking 10 points between him and Afi, and 15 points between him and Mime. So he can still make it back with a few victories to his name. And he is currently on the trajectory to do so in the lead.
Yeah, here's an important statistic, though. So far in this match, Afi has won 2 rounds, Bren has won 2 rounds, Mime has won 2 rounds, Kappa has still not won a single round. He really got to get those 10-pointers to make an impact on the leaderboard. Looking for it right now. This is his choice, as we said. This is the map he deemed his best to get those 10-pointers on. trying to do that right now. Inside line afterwards will give him so much speed. Can he land properly in the bobsled here and carry that speed? Offie's getting closer. This might be a snipe away by the Swiss player, but Kappa will get more speed. But Bren is even faster than that again. And he takes the 10-pointer. But 6 will still do well for Kappa.
Absolutely. And, you know, maybe he picked this map because the previous one already was picked. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, he can still bounce back. The players are not too far from each other. 3 out of 4 players currently in the 40s. And I still believe, I'm still a strong believer that you can always come back if you just keep focused and stay on target.
Yeah, and you can't really fault Kappa there. He drove an amazing time. It's just Brent drove a top 3 world time as far as the public leaderboards go. So that is what you're up against. You got to drive that every round. 101.11 and now a 101.09. And look at this. He's keeping that pressure up. He's not letting them get any chances to get an easy win here. Brent is driving the best lines time and time again. Great low jump from Offie there to get a lot of speed here, maybe to get a bit closer, but he's gonna be trailing all of them still. Mime the closest to Brent to try to make something happen, but Brent is on another banger run. This might be close to the world record on the map. He has a shaky landing, but able to stay ahead, and the final time, 101.2. This is a great map for Brent right here.
Yeah, he's definitely racking in some of the points, and is now pretty far ahead in the lead. So he will definitely take those. Mime is now trailing behind on second place, 8 points behind, but nothing is over yet. Once again, as we run into the next map, which is going to be New School.
New School picked by Bren. So this is his choice. After having a hot streak on the last map, he won 3 out of the 4 rounds and collected 34 out of 40 possible points there. So that's why he's now dominantly in first place, and we're getting to his map of choice. So this could be a great match for Braden. That's starting to build up.
Yes, and will you do the honors and taking us away here on the first round?
Let me do so. If you didn't know, this is actually a World Cup map that was played in 2012, 10 years ago. The exact same map layout was used, but now in the modern age of Trackmania esports, we use different blocks. So we have some dirt, some grass, and some ice and plastic. Back then it was only road that was played. So it's a bit of a trip down memory lane if you watched all those years ago. For most of these players, especially the young guns like Mime and Offie, they were not around back then, but Kappa might remember this one from his start in Trackmania esports. Mime crashing out, leaving us with Offie and Kappa in the top 2 spots, and for Kappa, this is a very important opportunity to not squander for a potential win with a big lead here before the ice. This was a good map for him earlier in the day, so let's see if he can hold it.
He got a nice low line there, and he's now currently in the lead with Afi sliding out, and he's now all alone here. Bren is the closest opponent to him, but it does look like Kappa is going to take it home with his first victory of the match. Very nice to see with a 105.48. Nice to see Kappa bounce back.
That's great to see, but that will also let Bren slightly extend his lead in the match now, since he did beat both Offie and Mime that round. He's 11 points up and just over halfway to the point limit.
Yeah, they're definitely getting closer and closer. But this map, or this match in general, is looking pretty close. It's just that Mime might be able to bounce back once we get back into that forest climbing map, because, you know, the maps, they do rotate, chat, and we can't come back if the match goes on for too long. And I think that's what Mime is waiting for once again.
It might be. And also Offie has his map choice coming up of Slalom after this, so that's something that he's waiting on. I remember he was great there last year. Looking to repeat performance perhaps. Right now they're holding up on New School. He's 2 tenths just about behind Mime here. Want to go so far to the right through that checkpoint to set up for this turn. Through the little house, into the drift, and now the ice slide. The earlier you can start into the sideways slide, the better. Afi over-rotating his car, leaving Kappa and Mime to battle for the win here. Last downhill, and Kappa slides out, letting Mime get the 10-pointer. And that is his first win in 6 rounds, an important one to keep up with the lead in the match.
Oh, absolutely. And also, as we've talked about several times, it's also important just for the self-confidence to get those victories back in, knowing that you still got the pace. But it is very nice on this map, since you said it's a technical map from back in the day, and a map that really suits Kappa as well. So we can see he has the pace on a map like this. He definitely has the pace, currently in the lead, actually more than a car length ahead of all the other players. Oh, gets a little bit of a high jump. He saves it though and maintains a really good line. But Mime goes for a more inside line here. Might be able to overtake Kappa with more exit speed, coming right back up into first place. Kappa with a really strong map right here.
Yeah, this is looking great for him. Not so good for Afi as he crashed out again. And Kappa will hit the pole as we talked about it. Unfortunate for him, but now Mime versus Bren, the 2 leaders of the match, to battle for this 10-pointer. Look at the speed from Bren just for going to the right through that checkpoint on the grass hill. Gives him about a 10th, but he has to release and set up slower for the ice slide. Mime with an opportunity here, but he slides out as well. It's chaos on the track. It's Kappa coming back somehow in to try to snipe the win away from Bren. Oh, by 100th. Bren stays ahead.
Bren with such an extended ice slide in the ending, almost not hitting the finish. But yeah, where did Kappa come from? He came back from the dead after that pole hit. That is impressive. There was so much chaos in that round.
Has to feel sour though after all that to lose it by just 100th, but that is how close these rounds are. There's nothing random in Trackmania, so you get what you play. What you input is what you get out. And these players are trying to optimize every single part to get the best possible final time. Hopefully, get the most amount of points.
We see a couple of different lines coming in. From players right here. Kappa really
yeah, you just saw that.
Yeah,
that was insane.
He was close to the wall. But yeah, as you can see, a few different lines. The main difference is going to be the exit speed that the players are going to get, but it did look like Kappa risked it a little bit too much. But I mean, it bared fruit. Like he got it down, and now he's only 0.1 behind the top 2 players. Afi has made a mistake. He's 4 seconds behind, so it's going to be between these 3 players. Is he going to be able to overtake the ice slide? Bren sliding out, and now Kappa is in the lead here. Oh, they're 3 players. They're so close to each other. He didn't slide out. Oh, but Mime and Kappa, oh, they're so close to each other, all 3 of them.
Mime gets it by 100th there, ahead of Bren. And that will put him a bit closer. Bren will still have the lead of the match, but it's going to be a whole lot closer than what it was.
Yeah, that is... I mean, these matches are so close, and I like that ending. That was a triple... not a triple finalist ending, but you know, 3 people in the final turn, 1 ice slide away from each other.
Yeah, and that 1 ice slide was incredibly decisive. Here we have another map, which is similar. It is highly technical, and it ends with an ice slide. Just that on this map, it is down a long ice hill, a slalom hill. You can have a look at this. This is the ending of the map, and if you just look at all the obstacles you have to dodge here, going up the hill and then down, there's a lot that can go wrong. But the level is so high that these players manage it most of the time at peak performance.
Yeah, they're definitely making it look easier than what it actually is. But that just goes to show just how much practice these players have put into these maps. As we go into the first round here on Slalom, Afi is going to be in the lead in the full speed section. Currently maintains it going into the banked right-handed turn. You don't want to get any airtime on the exit, and then into a little bit of a right-handed dirt turn into a slalom, and then one of the most important parts of the entire map, a downwards reaction booster into an uphill sausage slalom.
And look at how close it is. All 4 players are managing all within a 10th of a second. So we now go into the final 2 turns. You have the long grass turn here. You want to build up a lot of speed, and then you want to set up your car sideways late for this quick snap turnaround in the ice slide. Bren losing grip and sliding out, but it's very close between the other 3 players. Mime has low speed, and Kappa and Afi are both getting close. Oh, it is a great round to start us off. Mime gets the 10, Kappa gets the 6, and Afi gets the 4.
Yeah, and Kappa will take that 6, I think. He is happy with that, honestly. If he can maintain that second place, second place, he will slowly inch up towards the other players.
He really will, and look at what that did to the scoreboard, though. Mime now tied with Bren after Bren slid out, and Kappa getting closer to Afi for that 3rd place as well. It's a great match that's starting to build up here, and just the racing as well. They were all there for the ending. It was an intense run to start us off.
Oh, Bren clipping the inside there of the bank turn, and he's going to be all the way in the back. Kappa as well with a mistake, and it's going to be between Afi and Mime here for this round. Mime in the lead as we go into the uphill slalom section. They need to be able to carry so much speed out of this. Afi, unfortunately, also with a mistake, and he's going to lose so much exit speed, and Mime is now going to be all alone up in the lead.
But let's not forget that there is still the identity to go. It is so difficult to do this consistently. Mime might recognize that he has a lead, but he will not make a single mistake. That was pixel perfect around the checkpoint, and this is a great winning time for Mime to get the 10. Looking back, I think Bren is going to get the 6 points by 1/100th of a second as well. And will Kappa finish? Oh, Kappa might not even finish here. Kappa getting the 0 there, so the others are extending ahead now. Mime getting close to the point limit. Only 27 points away from getting to finalist status.
True, but Mime has now jumped back up into 1st place, which is what he likes to see, right? Because after this map, I think we're going to jump back into Mime's forest climbing map, so that would be really huge for him going into finalist position on that map. But as of right now, he is fighting with Bren for that 1st place right here, going into a few slaloms, and then once again the uphill reactor slalom, which is the identity of the map. Carry as much speed through these slaloms as possible. Bren does it really well. Mime right behind him. Is Mime going to be able to push it in the last turnaround section? I think he might be able to if he risks it a little bit. Oh, they're going to be so close to each other. Mime goes for a little bit more of an inside line. He might be able to get more exit speed. It's going to be between Bren and Mime. Who's going to get the last jump? And Mime did get the overtake in the ending.
What a fantastic time as well from Mime. That is his 4th round he wins in a row, and he won it now with a time that is less than 2/10 from the record.
Well played there from Mime. Mime now over the 100-point threshold and is inching his way closer to the finalist position.
Yeah, he's getting there and putting a lot of pressure on the others. You know, he's had a fantastic day, winning 2 of the matches and getting 2nd in 1, 11 out of 12 possible points. And this would be just an amazing closer to his first day of World Cup ever.
Yeah, honestly, it's incredible to think that this is one of his first, like, big performances. And has he been on a LAN event before?
He has. He played the Comic-Con LAN in the Baltics about a month ago, and he won that.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's great.
Yeah, so he's coming up fresh off of a win, and you can tell how he was able to win that tournament if he played the way he's doing right now. Bren in the lead up the slalom, but does he get the grip? Looks like he disappeared. Mime missing the grip as well, and that means that it is Kappa and Afi very close here. Who's gonna get the best last jump? They're side by side. Kappa losing it by 1,000th of a second. Afi takes it.
1,000th of a second. That is incredibly close. Well, I mean, Afi is happy about that, extending the lead a little bit down to Kappa. They would have been equal now if Kappa got that victory, but with that 1,000th of a second, Afi will take the 10-pointer.
Just had like a hair more speed, it looked like, to make the difference. We're going to Hart before we get to forest climbing. There will still be a last opportunity there for Mime if he hasn't closed it out on Hart, but this is a good map for him. So against this lineup, I think it's going to be tough to win a round.
Yes. This is, once again, we've spoken about this many times, but this is a very pace-driven map. There is not a lot of stuff that can go very wrong here. So it's about pushing out every turn, making sure you get the most amount of extra speed in the downhill, stuff like that. It's the 100s, 200s of a second that are gonna get important here.
It is. I mean, this is a map where a tenth in the starts begins to matter, whereas on other maps, you know, you still have the crazy identity left to go. Here, there's not really any section like that. So all the small differences become bigger as a consequence. Bren hit the wall there. A small crash like that will put you well and truly out of the running for first. And this downhill right here can decide rounds. Whoever gets the most exit speed. Mime missed the approach there by a long shot, meaning Afi and Kappa are likely the two players that are going to duke this out in the second half.
Yeah, they're going to be really close to each other. Ooh, with the downhills, and they're going to be, once again, really close. Kappa getting a little bit more exit speed, but Afi with a better trajectory into the inside line right here, and it's going to be down to the identity. Who's going to get the best jumps in the ending? They're neck and neck. Kappa getting a little bit lower of line, but he clips. And where did Mime come from? Mime almost overtaking 2,000ths of a second.
Just by 2,000. Mime must have had a fire ending because he was 3/10 down and nearly came back to snipe that. But it wasn't enough to get the 10. Afi takes it and at least prevents the inevitable for a little bit longer, but Mime is quickly approaching the 120 mark. A win here would do it.
Oof. Afi with a mistake in the very start, and Bren with a follow-up mistake, and Afi once again. They're going to be a little bit behind right here. Mime and Kappa are going to fight it out on this round. I think Bren is 0.5 behind, so he's not completely out, and we have seen mistakes happen here on the identity, so there's no reason to DNF, but we have Mime and Kappa in the lead as of right now.
1 versus 1. Straight up. Let's see how Mime got a good end if he can make that happen once more. Starts out with the downhill. Want to keep full grip there and then set up wide around this pillar so you can push all the speed into the next corner. This time it was a little bit too wide. And Kappa now, the last man standing without any mistakes. Bren is going to be the closest. A nice 6900ths behind to get 6 nice points for himself. And Bren, Kappa almost winning with a nice time as well there. But at least getting the 10 important points.
But at least he got the 10 important points. And that's what he likes to see, jumping up to the clean 90. Mime, if he finishes one more round, he just needs to hit the finish and he will get into that finalist position that he's looking for. So Mime, probably not that much in a hurry. He will still fight as much as he can, though, because he's going to try to deny the others as many points as possible. Oh, and we have a mistake there from Bren, not really getting the right drift that he's looking for. He's going to be jumping down into the field.
He will be falling half a second away, which is quite a lot on this map. And now Mime, I think we can say he will most likely get to finalists either way. The question is, can he deny the others some points? Because if he takes the 10, they're not going to get it, even though he only needs 3 points to reach the limit. Afi will give him a challenge for it, but misses the downhill. Kappa, the closest opponent, and he gets a great trajectory through the water turn there. That turn is so hard to time it right, especially with underwater physics, but he makes it work. Closing in now on Mime, a car length away. Can he gain it anywhere? Doesn't look like it. And Mime will get finalist while denying the others some crucial points.
Yeah. I mean, that's still a smart play from Mime coming in there and trying to deny as many points as possible. Bren, unfortunately, not getting any points as of right there. And that's going to be so unfortunate because he only needed to get a finish to get within that finalist position grasp. But now he needs at least 2 more rounds to get up there. But now it's down to the other 3 players to deny Mime that victory.
They have to. As long as he doesn't win the round, they're fine. And by the looks of it, it will not happen here. He does make an early mistake in his first finalist attempt. And for Kappa here, a win would mean getting right up there in the battle for second. With Afi and Bren. Needs to start that comeback with a good downhill here. But Afi is not relenting at all. He's keeping the exact same gap just about. before the dirt turn. Here, Kappa maybe a little bit wider than he would have liked as they set up for the downhill. He clips the wheel, and now Afi has a second of a lead. He will not realize it until this checkpoint. And from here on out, he might try to save the last couple of jumps to the finish and collect that 10-pointer. But the others are lying in wait for a mistake here.
Yeah, but Afi does seem to secure himself the 10-pointer. Kappa coming in with the second place, Bren with the third. So both Afi and Bren are now within finalist grasp if they get that victory. And Kappa is going to be a couple of rounds away. He can get it in 2 rounds if he wins both of them.
Right, he really needs a win on the next to try to, I think even the next 2 here, to have a good chance at winning. Because if you're playing against 2 finalists and you're risking as much as you are on this map, forest climbing, as we talked about earlier, this is going to be a very tough map to beat Mime on. Though Afi, he does have the Carl Jr. line going left of the 1 tree. That might come in clutch here.
Yeah, that could definitely come in clutch here. And what we're talking about, if you weren't here, there's a few different lines that the players can opt to go for in the ending. We saw Carl Jr. go for a very particular one that seems to be a little bit faster, but also might be a little bit more risky. Mime does not opt to go for it, and therefore the other players can choose to risk it and go for it if they want to look for that maybe extra 0.1 in the ending.
That is what you have to go for, though, to catch up to Mime, because Mime is one of the world's best players on slidey surfaces like grass and plastic and dirt, and this map has a lot of that. And you'll see him perhaps be in first after a lot of turns in that style, starting with the magnet here, and then this long downhill where he likes to push it on the very inside line, cancel it into a nose slide into the underwater part. And sure enough, he will be up in first, but Alfie is very close to follow here. Better setup on to the road, and now we're coming up to that identity we mentioned. Afi might have a better uphill approach, but Mime likes to risk it a lot with his line. Let's see who wins it.
Yeah, Mime definitely has a safe line, but Afi might risk it, as you just said, and he does do it, going for the left side of that little tree, and it almost capitalizes on it, but Mime will be the first victor of the 4th match with a 1:00.77.
Promising signs here for Afi, but what an amazing first day of the tournament for Mime in his first ever World Cup, looking like one of the candidates that might actually win it all, since he was able to keep up with Carl Jr. as well earlier on. So amazing to see that, young talents rising up in the game. Now let's watch some household names duke it out here for second place. Brandon Afi just 1 round away from finalist, and Kappa really needs a win here to get closer himself.
Yeah, Kappa really needs to get these points. He's definitely in need of them, but he is closer to the other players than he has been the last couple of rounds, so he does have a decent chance to do so. He is not that far behind right now, only 0.2 of a second as we head into the identity.
We are getting to the end of the map. Let's see what Bren can do here in the climb. Needs to be at least a little closer, I think, to have a chance to match Afi. Going for that left side. That jump right there will do it. What a comeback for Bren. Gonna go on the right side, whereas Afi coming in with the speed here. Bren might have a better last trajectory, though, but it will be in Afi's favor. Doesn't really matter. They both get finalists. But importantly, they put Kappa at 109 points, so he cannot get to finalists by winning 1 round. He has to win 2 in a row, and then the finalist round.
Yeah, and that's the main takeaway from that. That's what they're very happy about, I guess. But Kappa can still fight it back. He needs to win 3 times in a row now.
Yep, needs the hat trick, and that is not looking easy here with Afi driving close to the world record pace. A 1:00.07 is amazing. We saw Mime do a 1:00.40 earlier. Just the best time that we know of. But
yeah,
Afi's looking good.
And Afi extending the lead in the start. Kappa trying to get back. Actually seems to be getting a decent amount of exit speed. Might be able to get back up into first. But it is going to be down to the identity. Afi, as we've seen, will risk it here in the identity to get a better uphill. Let's see if he does it again.
Going for that left side line. We need to see Bren try to gain it back right here, or Kappa to have a chance. As Afi now going to the left will have a great uphill approach. Bren crashing the tree, and Afi is up and above and beyond to take second place in this match, locking it in and closing out his day with a good result.
Yes, definitely also. So now we have Kappa and Bren. Bren is in finalist position. Kappa can get it by getting first. He needs to win the next couple of rounds here. But Kappa has had pretty good pace throughout most of the map except the ending. He did get a little bit too much airtime there at the start, which lets Bren get a little bit of a head start, but he comes right back into it with a little bit of a different line, but it does seem to work out well and is now overtaken Bren, even with the 0.2 of a deficit in the start.
Yeah, came back from that little mistake. Bren has had some unfortunate lines here. Will push on that inside line though, like we saw Mime do, and that seems to work out. He was 0.2 behind, he's now 0.14 behind. So able to keep up a little bit closer than before, but Kappa did that part really nicely to put them right at that same gap. So this is what Bren has to overcome here. If he doesn't do it now, he still gets one more chance. But can Kappa hold on? Oh, that looks like an awkward landing as Bren clips the uphill himself. Kappa will inherit the lead again and hold it all the way up to put us into double finalists.
Okay, so we have a double finalist situation to close off the day. That's always nice. This is going to be Bren or Kappa to take home this third place in match 4. Let's take a look.
And it will be Kappa's map choice. It will be New School as the final one. The one round of that map, he has been great on it throughout the day. Will he be able to get it? No, wait. Oh, hang on. I misspoke. It's Bobsled, but it is picked by Kappa, and excitingly, it's a map that they both are really good on. When this was played at the start of the match, Bren won 3 of the rounds with pace around 101.1, but Kappa was close and he got second in 2 of them, so they are perhaps the best 2 players in the heat on this very map right here.
Yeah, and you also gotta think there's also the mental factor of it being a double finalist, a last match, last race of the day, right? There's a decent amount riding on the shoulders of this round, so both of them probably a little bit nervous.
Oh, I think very nervous, especially, you know, playing in person. You feel like the crowd is gathering to watch your match, to see how it ends up. See the last round. Bren here messing up a little bit in the early drifts, and giving Kappa a big lead here at 0.6 already, just out of those opening turns. And now Kappa needs to think about his lines and change his approach a little bit. He doesn't need to risk as much. You see, he can afford to lose a little bit per checkpoint here, but not too much, because Bren is coming closer with Kappa driving a little bit safer. But will it be enough to hold on? Bren is pushing it all as well. Nothing to lose. The last part here, the identity is coming up. Kappa still has about a 2/10 lead into the bobsleigh. The first landing looks good for Kappa, but Bren has way more speed. Onto the second jump here. Bren will have a shaky landing, and that is going to be it. Kappa taking 3rd here in the final match of the day, and Bren getting 4th.
Well, it was a great showing by all the players. Kappa did need to get those 2 points there as well. That's very important for him.